have them, so that's finished today. We're gonna have them, which will be on the 11th, and then the 17th,
We could sum up
you've got to deliberate
and
and sum up.
hopefully
And
get
then
it done.
maybe-
Maybe.
well, we're gonna talk about that at the end.
Well, I can be here,
Tonight.
Robert will be back.
Okay.
Tonight, we're gonna talk.
So I think if those three are gonna be here, we'll be all right.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Are we starting at 4? I can, I thought we started at 9. You know, we floated that thing
Right,
starting at 9.
right.
Okay, yeah, I can be here 4. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do that at
We'll be
the
good.
very last thing in this meeting.
Yeah. Is that on? How do you turn these on?
Yeah, they're about done. They need to wrap it up. I call this thing here.
Is this on?
Test.
Remind me to tell you about Laura's wife's. Look at it later. I told her not to look at it because it's dirty.
Are we about ready? I'm gonna do this.
In a big way.
We gotta hold down the fort for the male presence on this committee right now, Board of 2.
That's okay. All right. I probably need to learn some humility.
Stuff happens.
Are we on?
I'm gonna give up.
Are we ready? Is it,
It's past time.
welcome back. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I just would like to welcome everybody back. Just a little housekeeping. We really would, if you have peanuts and you have drinks and you have stuff like that, please take them back with you to make sure. We want to be good neighbors, and they've been great letting us do this. So if you would, let's make sure that we're all cleaned up before we leave, and we appreciate it. So as our normal plan of attack here, first thing we do is go to the Lord in prayer. Bill?
Let's pray together, shall we? Here we are again, Father. I know many times you get tired of listening to us because we just don't seem to be too smart. But I pray tonight for the wisdom of God to fall upon us. I pray that you'll keep us from the special sin of human beings, and that is intense selfishness. As humans, Father, we get so self-centered, thinking about just me all the time. I pray that you would make us like your son, Jesus, who didn't think of himself, but died on the cross for us, shed his blood for us, gave himself for us, and gave himself for others. Give us of his spirit, that we would think of other people first, not last. May you give us wisdom tonight to judge righteous judgment. Help us to see facts clearly. We ask it in Jesus' name and for his sake. Amen.
Amen. First thing we need to do is certify that we have a quorum. We got 6 here, so we're good to go. This is a continuation of the special use permit request on 309 Collegiate Circle by the MRA. We left off, I believe, with the applicant. We'll go to the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are going to have just a few more questions of Mr. Chuck Kreckelberg. And we also need to have Mr., and I'm going to mispronounce the gentleman's name, Mr. Thomas Shipwright is going to be presenting a very brief testimony via Zoom. So Mr. Kreckelberg, could you go on back up to the stand, and could we see if Mr. Shipwright is available on Zoom as a panelist?
Mr. Kreckelberg, you're still under oath.
Understood. And we will also need to have Mr. Shipwright sworn in at the appropriate time. Okay.
I'm sure his microphone is on.
Testing, testing, testing.
A little bit more.
Testing.
Just checking out the Zoom. Can't you go at the same time?
Okay, try it out now.
All right. Testing, testing. That sounds better. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kreckelberg. Okay, so we're going to talk just very briefly about a geotechnical report. So my first question to you, Mr. Kreckelberg, is in your work on non-residential building projects, is it your typical practice to have a geotechnical engineering report prepared?
It is. We get them prepared for both commercial new construction and residential new construction.
Okay, how do you use such a report, and how does it affect your design and engineering work?
A geotechnical report is very much like a survey. The mic is not working. Okay, there we go. We use geotechnical reports for the design of our commercial new construction and residential new construction projects. We use them like a survey. So the way that a survey documents the terrain so that we know where to put the building, how high to make the building. The geotechnical report provides subsurface information similar to a survey or a title report or other information that we will collect and then integrate into our design. So the depth of soils is the primary question that we're looking to answer with a geotechnical report.
Thank you. Did you have such a report prepared for this project?
We did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that it be listed as plaintiff's exhibit M. We're not going to enter into the record just yet. It needs to be authenticated. And who prepared the geotechnical report, Mr. Kreckelberg?
ECS Southeast LLP.
Okay. And did you rely on that report in preparing the architectural plans and design work for the proposed structure?
Yes, we did. We used that data to actually define the parameters and the size of the lower level, the size of the main level, and the configuration of the building.
Okay. Let's see here. I think at this point, if we could get Mr. Shipwright on so we can have him authenticate the report. And I have confirmation that he's participating by Zoom. We just need to get that connection. Thank you.
Yes, this is Tom Shipwright. I'm available.
Okay. All right. And sir, let me start. Could you please pronounce your name? I'm afraid that I've been butchering it all afternoon.
You pronounced it correctly, Shipwright.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you. All right. Could you give us your
I'd
name?
like
Oh,
you
yes.
to, I'd like to, has he been sworn in?
He is not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So if you could repeat after me. Promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And could you could you give us your name again and spell your last name for our court reporter?
Yes, Thomas M. Shipwright, SCHIPPOREIT.
Okay, so I don't know if you could see me or not, but I have given a copy of an subsurface exploration in geotechnical engineering report, Montreat Lodge, to Mr. Kreckelberg. We are proposing to hand it up as an exhibit. Are you familiar with that document, sir?
Yes,
Okay, did you participate or assist in the production of the report?
yes,
Okay, and could you tell us your role with ECS Southeast?
yes. I'm a vice president and a principal engineer.
Okay, and could you tell us just as best you can in layman terms, what the report, what you did for the report and what it says?
Yes. We mobilized a drill rig to the site to take soil samples and determine the depth to rock at various boring locations throughout the proposed building footprint for this project. We obtained soil samples from those borings, returned those samples to our laboratory. We did some nominal laboratory testing and examined those samples.
Forgive me,
Go
I
ahead.
think I just need to object for the record here on the foundation of whether he says we, is this him that's testifying that he was part of this or that others were? So it's a foundational objection.
Yeah, so this,
Okay.
this is Mr. Noor, he's opposing counsel. Did you hear his question, Mr. Shipwright?
I did. We perform these projects, I refer to myself and others at ECS. I don't physically do all of the work that I'm mentioning as the registered professional engineer for a geotechnical report. We will have a project manager, we will have staff personnel, we will have drillers, we will have laboratory people. It's a team effort. So when I refer to we, I'm referring to ECS, Southeast LLP, and our staff or our sub-consultants.
But it's your signature and seal on the report, correct?
That's correct. I'm the registered professional engineer who was responsible charge for the project, reviewed the work, and then ultimately signed and sealed the report.
Now, there's just a tiny bit of confusion that I'm sure you can clear up. There is another person who has signed the report, and we have, the printed name is Alice Walter Geiger, but the sort of stamped signature says Amanda Fulgham. Do you know who either of those folks are, and can you tell us who the correct name is for that?
Yes, Alice Geiger was the engineer that worked on this report and prepared it for my review under my responsible charge. Unfortunately, Alice was not available. She was in the field and did not have access to a computer and was able to apply her signature today. So Amanda Fulgham, she gave Amanda Fulgham permission to do so. Amanda is an administrative assistant in our Asheville office.
Okay, but you've reviewed the report and it complies with the standards of your profession, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, we'd ask that the board accept plaintiff's exhibit M. And at this time, if I could, I'd like to hand out copies for the board. Thank you. I have no further questions of Mr. Shipwright. Opposing counsel may have some.
If we could have just a moment, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
We don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time, your expertise.
And before we let Mr. Shipwright go, does Ms. Hayner or any of the other folks withstanding, do they have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
If you could do me a great big favor, because you're kind of over in that corner and sometimes I have a hard time seeing you. So if you could just raise, yeah, because I don't want to miss you if you want to ask.
Mr. Chair.
I will do that. Yeah.
This is the geotechnical engineering report from,
Mr. Chair.
yes.
I did have just, I think, might be one or two questions just to confirm, Mr. Shipwright. This is John Noor. I'm the attorney for one of the opponents in the case. I just want to make sure the report you're referring to that's been handed up as exhibit M that has yours is approximately, it's 44 pages by my count. I just want to make sure we have exactly what that is.
Yes, that's correct. It's 44 pages.
Okay. And is dated June 28th, 2021 with a revised November 4th, 2021 date as well.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Nothing further. Unless there are questions from the board, you're free to go, Mr. Shipwright.
Thank you.
I've got one question. The geotechnical report, its goal is to do.
What
Just
I'd
to
like,
place it in the record.
yes, sir. What I'd like to do is have Mr. Shipwright explain that. And then I'd also like Mr. Kreckelberg not to opine as to the method or authenticity or accuracy of the report, but talk about how they used the report. And then we will likely have Mr. Kennard, when it's his turn, speak to that as well. But why don't we start with you, Mr. Shipwright?
Could you repeat the question?
Sorry about that.
The goals of the geotechnical report is to accomplish what task?
To obtain subsurface data, analyze that data, perform engineering analyses of the soil and the rock, and develop engineering, design, and construction recommendations for foundations, floor slabs, pavements, any type of building or facility components that rely on soil and or rock for their support.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else from either one? Okay. Thank you, Mr. We appreciate it very much.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. All right, Mr. Kreckelberg. So I think the only other question I have, and you got into this a little bit, but can you tell us how the SAMSL team used the geotechnical report?
Yes. We use the report to effectively reduce the size of the basement. Our building is an L-shaped building. Josh, would you be able to pull up? I think slide. How about slide 16? Or this slide is fine. This is a general overview of the various slides. We reduced the size of the basement to contain that excavation and its foundations, as you can see here on slide 16, to the area where we have soils, soils that extend in the 15-foot to 16-foot range. We actually reduced the size of the main level as well. So our lowest level is just the east-west portion of the L. Our main level goes halfway toward Georgia Terrace. And then our upper level extends all the way. And that stepping was so that all of our footings, foundations, and excavation would be within the soil, avoiding where they hit rock, which is where the auger hits refusal.
Okay, any questions? More questions?
Actually, I have one question. Is this working? Nope, not working. Hello. How about now? Is it a volume on here? Let's see.
That's all.
Any better? No better? How about now? No?
When you showed us the parking earlier, the two different parking diagrams that you were working, the one that had the more extensive parking was where you were going to be hitting rock. Is that correct?
Potentially.
Potentially.
That is correct.
Okay. Which would require drilling and percussive, I mean, a lot of noise, a lot of vibration. Is that correct? Or we don't know.
Not necessarily. On jobs, we have had luck with, there's expanding foams. There are different methods for removing rock,
Okay.
but as a standard practice, SAMSL Architects avoids rock removal as a general course of action. It's only when an owner says that they specifically want a full basement that will go to those extra measures. But as you've noted, that's where drilling, blasting, chipping, or expanding foam, I mean, there are a lot of different methods, but where one of those methods would be employed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you've got a question?
Well, I wanted to wait till TC got done with these questions before I do just want to have an objection for the record.
We have no further questions on direct examination.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, I just want to register the objection for the record for clarity purposes. The geotechnical report has been authenticated. We would object to it being considered accurate in any way. No foundation has been laid for that. I think what has been shared is that it was relied upon, but I wouldn't want the board to think that because it has been admitted that somehow everything in here has somehow been verified as being accurate. And so our objection is that it has been admitted to it has been authenticated. We would object to being considered accurate by the board at this point.
And what we'd respond is, in the interest of time, we could certainly get Mr. Shipwright back up here and talk about their methods, but I prefer they provide their own geotechnical engineer to, if they choose to provide an analysis of how it's inaccurate. It's a sealed document by a registered engineer. And if we need to, we're happy to get Mr. Shipwright back on for rebuttal testimony. But in the interest of time, I'd prefer not to do that today. I don't think there's any reason for you to believe that's inaccurate.
And this, and in response, Mr. Chair, this is exactly why every expert has to talk about the report they do. They have to provide testimony that says, here's what we did, here are the processes we used, here's the methodologies that we used. And all that has happened today, as Mr. Shipwright has said, this is literally the document we produced. That's it. And Mr. Forgive me. No, Mr. Kreckelberg has said, this is the document we looked at and reviewed as a part of our design process.
Well,
There's been no questions about the contents of it.
Let's put Mr. Shipwright back up then. I mean, part of the issue and the reason I didn't do it is because he did not design the project. And Mr. Kreckelberg has just testified in response to a question from Ms. James that we don't anticipate that there would be blasting, but there may be rock. And we have a variety of methods to deal with that. But I think he has conceded the point that at this stage, zoning entitlement, which is not construction, there is some ambiguity. So if the board feels they need more information about the accuracy and effectiveness of drilling methods, we will certainly put our geotechnical engineer back up.
If I can have just a second, Mr. Chair.
I suggest we finish up with Mr. Kreckelberg. The board can give whatever way it wants to this report until such time.
Pleasure of the chair.
I apologize. What I was going to say is if Mr. Kreckelberg could finish his testimony before we interrupted again with Mr. Shipwright, the board now with the report, it's been introduced, can give it whatever weight it wants to. And if the applicant wants to bring Mr. Shipwright back up, either after Kreckelberg, Mr. Kreckelberg, or in rebuttal, they can do that. But I to keep this process going, let's finish up with Mr. Kreckelberg.
That would be
In the
fine.
interest of time, I'm going to withdraw that objection, and that should solve the situation.
Yeah, this is the second time. You can bring evidence. We look at the evidence and we consider whether or not the evidence is acceptable, or we can use that in our decision or not. When you ask me whether or not we can verify that this is going to happen before it's built, what are the options there before it is built? We can put contingencies on there or requirements. I'm asking this of both of you. You know, it's kind of a false lead because I didn't get your point. Well, we accept the document, but we're not really going to accept it. I don't get that.
The point I was trying to make, just for clarity, and so the chair isn't left wondering, what I was trying to say is, and this may be more of what is more typical in a trial, is that there are multi-parts to a report. One is to say, yes, this is literally the report I produced. Then you have to talk about the contents of the report. You got to establish why the report is reliable so that you all could rely on it. And what my objection was saying is that I don't think that's been done other than to say, yes, this is literally the report I produced, but I'm withdrawing the objection in the interest of time. And so I think that'll let us go on to Mr. Kreckelberg.
Okay, thank you. Well, then we'll. Any other questions from the board? We need to vote, this is a question to our attorney, we need to vote on acceptance of this witness that was on Zoom.
Wasn't offered to do anything other than to authenticate this document. And so now I think it's the opposition's opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Kreckelberg.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kreckelberg.
Good afternoon.
Got multiple things in front of me here. Let me see if I can get organized real quick. We met earlier briefly. My name is Jamie Whitlock. I represent Mrs. Kate Hayner. I believe you know where the Hayner property is located.
That's correct.
You discussed it in a couple of times during your direct examination. Got some questions for you this afternoon. And why don't we start with the geotech report, since that's where we finished up. Josh, if you could turn on project my screen, please, sir. It would be most appreciated. So, Mr. Kreckelberg, I can make this a little bit clearer if I need to. Mr. Kreckelberg, can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, and this is, I can go back to the title page if you'd like me to, but this appeared to be the geotech report prepared by ECS Southeast LLP that was just marked and entered into the record as Exhibit M.
Yes,
Thank you.
that is correct.
Okay, so let me ask you a few questions about this. Y'all excuse me scrolling through it. But I'm here on, looks like it's page, let's see, page 8 roughly. And this is section 3.11 test borings. And it's, Mr. Kreckelberg, it says the subsurface conditions were explored by drilling 8 soil test borings at the project site. Am I correct?
That's what that sentence
Okay.
says.
And
Yes.
then the last sentence of that paragraph says borings were advanced to depths ranging from approximately 2.5 to 20 feet below the current ground surface, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll get back to those 8 borings here in a second. And I wanted to go on down section 3.2 regional site geology. Do you see the paragraph I have highlighted starting with the boundary between?
Yes.
Would you read that into the record, please, sir?
The boundary between soil and rock in the Piedmont is not sharply defined. A transitional zone termed partially weathered rock, PWR, is normally found overlying the parent bedrock. Partially weathered rock is defined for engineering purposes as residual material with standard penetration test resistance exceeding 100 blows per foot, but can still be penetrated by a power auger. The transition between hard, dense residual soils and partially weathered rock occurs at irregular depths due to variations in the degree of weathering.
Okay, and moving on through this report to section 5.22, which is entitled difficult excavation. Could you please read that paragraph, those 2 paragraphs into the record, please, sir?
Yes, 5.2.2, difficult excavation. PWR, which was that partially weathered rock, was encountered within soil test boring B6. And materials causing auger refusal were encountered in borings B1 and B1A offset, B4 and B6 at depths ranging from 2.5 to 16.5 feet below the existing ground surface. Depending on the finished floor elevations of the new building and design pavement grades, some difficult excavation may be encountered. As noted in the area geology section of this report, the weathering process in the Blue Ridge can be erratic, and significant variance of the depths of the more dense material can occur in relatively short distances. In some cases, isolated boulders or thin rock seams may be present in the soil matrix.
Okay, and so when you read those last two, understanding you're not a geotechnical engineer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but reading those last two sections that I asked you to read into the record together, discussing the regional site geology and the difficult excavation, would you agree with me that basically what it's saying is that there's rock at varying depths and varying locations in Montreat? Is that fairly accurate?
This report is only addressing this particular site. And it is saying that within the site, depending on where you are in the site, and I hope I'll get a chance to talk about that, there are locations where we have shallow depth rock, and that is near Reynolds Lodge, where we're not building the new lodge. And there are areas that are much deeper, 14, 15, and more than 20 feet of depth where our new lodge is constructed. So when I see a paragraph like that, I immediately go to, I think it's Exhibit B, where I then have the actual borings. So it is Appendix B. To understand, where do I have 2.5 feet to rock? Where do I have 20 feet to rock? And so, yes, when I see that paragraph, I think there are some locations where the rock is very close to the surface at 2.5 feet. But when you look at the plan where they have shown the test pits, which is this drawing here, and then you correspond that plan with the varying depths, we have 2.5 feet at B1 over by Reynolds Lodge.
So, okay, and
That's
I'm
correct.
sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Kreckelberg, just to direct the board here. So we're now looking at is figure B, I believe, correct, in the report. And you're referencing B1 over on the left-hand side of the screen. So these are the 8 boring locations. We talked earlier, there were 8 borings that were drilled, correct?
That is correct.
And these are the 8 locations. I think there's actually 9 locations here because on B1 where rock was hit, there was another attempt to drill, which is the B1A. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay, so there's
Yes.
9 locations shown here, correct?
Correct.
And the B1, as you just noted, rock was hit at 2.5 feet, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry I interrupted you. Were you finished with your answer? I want to give you an opportunity to finish.
The depths are much deeper where our building is, and we use those depths to calculate where we would excavate and where we would not excavate.
Okay,
I mean, I could go through each, if that's,
well, why don't you just let me ask you some questions?
sure.
So as I look over into the building footprint, it looks like there was only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 borings drilled in the actual building footprint. B3, B4, B5, B7, and arguably B8. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, so, and so 5 borings in the building footprint itself and no borings in the underground parking garage. Is that correct, or is B5?
B4, B5, and B3 are all underground parking garage.
Those are all underground parking garage. Okay,
And B6 is the driveway entrance to the parking garage. If I could just point out, the reason that we don't do more borings is because there are 3 existing buildings, trees, driveways, and other aspects that needed to be negotiated. Again, since this is a special use permit, the balancing of existing conditions with the need for data is how these borings in these locations was determined, a balance between the two, existing conditions and data that's needed.
So is it your testimony there would be there would need to be additional borings done before construction?
No,
Okay, so it's your testimony that 5 borings in the building footprint is sufficient for this size of a building, a 29,000 or you've heard the testimony, a 40,790 square foot building. You believe 5 borings are sufficient?
yes,
Okay. You just referenced boring B6, which is the board can see, that's right there in approximately the area of the driveway into the underground garage. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And so let's go to the boring log. And again, I apologize to the board for flipping through this, but I just got this report today, so I have not had a chance to prepare much for it. This is the boring log for boring B6, correct?
That is correct.
And what we see there at the bottom is that refusal was encountered at 15.5 feet, correct?
Yes,
And it's got a green kind of brick wall looking figure right there. What does that, do you know what that green brick wall figure is, or do I need to show you in the report?
no, that's showing between approximately 14.5 feet and 15.5 feet. We have the weathered rock that you referenced when you had me read the section on weathered rock.
Okay, so there was rock hit on the location where the approximate location of where the driveway is entering into the underground garage, correct?
At 15.5 feet, rock or refusal was hit.
Well, this says rock was hit, correct?
It says partially weathered rock, which by the definition is a different
Okay.
substance.
Well, I know you're not a geotechnical engineer, so why don't we go down here to this page in the report, which is the reference note for boring logs. Do you see that? And when you go on down here, do you see those boxes down there with the fill and rock? And it's got fill with an orange box, possible fill with I guess that's a purple box, probable fill with a pink box, and rock with a green box, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if we go back up to the boring log we were looking at for B6, and if you'll bear with me 1 second. I can point this out, maybe it'll be a little bit easier. That is that same green box right there showing that rock was hit, correct?
I don't know.
Okay,
I know for a fact that we hit refusal at 15.5 feet,
okay.
which is well below the excavation for the driveway.
You're also aware that ECS refused to certify the fill material. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Let's see if we can find that in this report. And you'd agree with me, that's also an important part of a geotech report in addition to just whether or not rock is located, wouldn't you?
yes,
Okay. Because when you're excavating, the type of soil also is important, right?
that's correct. Certain fill soils do not have the bearing capacity needed to support certain structural aspects of the building.
Right. And if you're going to have to do cut and fill slopes or things like that, you could create the need for retaining walls, pilings, things like that, correct?
Could you repeat that, please?
And so if the soil you have is bad fill soil that's previously been disturbed, it could lead to a situation where you might have to put in a retaining wall or pilings or something like that in certain circumstances.
Typically, it's removal and replacement of that with engineered soil. So you take out the bad soil. If it's determined by the geotechnical engineer, and just for the board, our process is the same engineer who does the initial report actually does the testing during construction. So this area of fill would be tested for bearing capacity, which was not part of this initial report. So it's possible that this fill, which was identified as sandy, silty fill, only at boring B4, in regard to the lodge, all of the others do not seem to have fill. But at that location, it would be important for the geotechnical engineer to determine, does this soil between 2 feet and 10 feet, does that need to be removed? What's interesting about that location is that we will be removing all of that bad fill soil,
Okay.
because that's the back wall of the garage.
And so what the report says, and I've got it up here, is based on our evaluation of the existing fill soils, we anticipate the risk of supporting the structure and pavements on the fill soils is moderate without further exploration. The risk associated with the undocumented fill can be lowered by partial undercutting and replacement with engineered fill. Since we have not been provided documentation of the compaction testing records, we cannot qualify the fill soils in between our boring locations and cannot be responsible for potential settlement of the structure if the owner elects to support the building on these soils. Bearing the structure on the existing fill soils is a business decision that only the owner can make. Did I read that correctly?
I believe so.
Okay. And where in the report does it limit this to the area that you just referenced in your testimony?
When I go to the different borings, the only boring at the footprint of our lodge that has fill soil is B4. And so it's going to the actual borings, focusing that attention to that particular boring, where the other borings within the footprint of our lodge do not have the referenced fill soil.
Okay, but again, all that the report says here is that in the paragraph I just highlighted in section 5.21 is that ECS has not been provided with test records such as proof rolling, compaction testing, etc. at the time of this report, thus the fill should be considered undocumented, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and has there been any effort to provide such records to ECS since the time that this report was prepared initially?
No, because
Not today.
we would be asking them and the contractor to coordinate and make that determination. Typically, as excavation begins is when that assessment would happen. And
Okay.
again, the majority of that fill is being removed as we excavate the garage.
Okay, I wanted to ask you one more thing. I'd asked you a question about whether there would need to be any further testing. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger here so we can read it easier. You see the section, this report's recommendations are confirmation dependent. And it says the recommendations included in this report, including any options or alternatives, are confirmation dependent. In other words, they are not emphasized final because the geotechnical engineer who developed them relied heavily on judgment and opinion to do so. Your geotechnical engineer can finalize the recommendations only after observing actual subsurface conditions exposed during construction.
That's
Correct.
exactly correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's the process.
So there is rock on the property, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's at varying depths, right?
Yes,
And while there were 8 borings or 9 total done, 8 as the report states, but 9, given that you hit rock at 2.5 feet on the western side. The report is also clear that given the geology of this area, you can also encounter rock in other areas where borings might not have been done, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I would say you can encounter rock. Right, so if the only way to be 100% sure to answer your question would
Fair
be to
enough.
cover the site with borings, yes.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Or the whole site. And there's a point at which you stop the reporting and the borings and do exactly as that last paragraph said. During construction, you assess as you are excavating.
Fair enough. Let's move away from the geotech and go back to your testimony from last week.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Kregerberg, I believe you are qualified as an expert in site design and development code compliance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see if I can get up what I'd like to show you here. Okay. Josh, I'm going to try to go back to broadcasting my screen if I could. Thank you, sir. Let's not make it too big. Mr. Kregelberg, I believe this is slide number 9 from your exhibit E. This is the IR zoning district map. Is that accurate? Just so the record's clear?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And obviously the record will be the best representation of this, but I believe in the context of this slide, you had testified that the MRA proposal before this board was the expansion of an existing long-standing use at the subject property. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, yes.
And there's similar language to that throughout the MRA special use permit application, is there not?
You're talking about expansion of use.
Expansion
Net-
of
net
use,
increase of
continuation of
parking. Yes,
use,
yes.
language like that?
Continuation and
Okay.
expansion.
And so, and the existing use, as we look at the map here, on the property is institutional, correct?
The use is institutional,
Conference center?
conference center, lodge.
Okay. And you understand, though, that a hotel is not an institutional use under the zoning ordinance?
That's correct. It's a
Correct.
commercial use per the table of the zoning. ordinance.
Correct.
That is correct.
And you also understand that conference center is a separate use under the zoning ordinance from a hotel, correct?
Correct.
And that is an institutional use.
Correct.
Okay. But the MRA has not applied for a special use permit for a conference center here, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Just a hotel.
just a hotel. And that's what I wanted to make sure the board understood. So I appreciate that answer. And as we see here, looking on slide 9, there are no other commercial uses in the IR district, are there?
The post office, Freeland Hall.
Free,
and
okay.
Georgia Lodge is considered, if a lodge is a hotel, then Georgia Lodge would also be a commercial.
Okay,
use.
well, I'm showing you what's in your application. Freeland Hall is marked as an institutional use, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you just referenced Georgia Lodge. I've got the laser on it right next to the Hayner property. That's the Hayner property right there with the R,
That's
the
correct.
residential property, right
That's
next to where the hotel is going to be, correct?
Correct.
And Georgia Lodge is to, we'll call it to the right of that, and that's also labeled institutional, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so again, according to the map in your, or the MRA application, there's no other commercial uses in the IR district, is there?
The purpose of this, because it's called the IR district, was to show the difference between the two. It's not called the commercial, residential, and institutional district. So for the purposes of a clarifying document that shows the difference between purely residential and purely institutional, we use the I and the R to show the blend based on the name of the district. You are correct that hotels are considered commercial uses on the use table of the Montreat zoning ordinance. But for the purposes of the blend of the IR district, and again, it's not called the institutional, commercial, and residential district. It's called the IR district. That's the purpose of what we're showing here.
Okay, and if you would just answer my question for me, yes or no, Mr. Kreckelberg, there are no other commercial uses in this portion of the institutional residential district where the subject property is located, are there?
The post office, Georgia Lodge, Freeland Hall, the lodges.
Mr. Kreckelberg, those are institutional uses.
I'm going to object. He's answered the question twice now.
Yeah, we keep asking the same question. I'm gonna ask you a question. You're pointing up there. I can't see anything on this. And so I don't want to be bureaucratic, but to clarify these questions, we'd like to see what you're talking about here. I mean, we should know, and I can figure it out, but does the board need, I mean, they're pointing the pointer up. He's describing, they're pointing the pointer and we can't see it. Or you can use this and point to it if you wish. I don't want to throw any more bureaucracy or waste a lot of time.
Chair, and I thought about that as I was doing that y'all could not see what I was pointing at. And couldn't figure out a good logistical way around it. But let's see if we can figure out something.
I mean, for us, if you could point to this screen if you want to.
Right.
Just stand in front.
Hey, Mr. Chair, did you sustain that objection? I think you did.
I did.
I'll withdraw the question and move on.
Well, then.
Okay, Josh, I'm going to go back to projecting. Mr. Kreckelberg, I'm now going to show you a document that was as shown on the document. I can make this a little bit bigger here. As we see in the bottom left-hand corner, and this is also from the special use permit application. This was a document that was just had some minor changes made to it subsequently and was provided to the parties very kindly by the board attorney and the zoning administrator. But you see there where it says created by Scott Adams, zoning administrator, but based on review of Buncombe County GIS 102221, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then up at the top, it's the properties within 250 feet of 309 Collegiate Circle, Montreat, North Carolina, 28757, notified of special use permit application, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we go over here in the bottom right-hand corner, Mr. Adams was nice enough to total up the types of properties with that column is entitled land use, correct? You see the top of that last column, it's entitled land use, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what he found was 25 properties total, correct? 20 residential properties, and 5 institutional properties within 250 feet of the subject property, correct?
It's a little blurry. Can you repeat that? Or blow it up just a touch?
Be happy to. Okay, can you see that now?
Yes.
So 25 properties total, 20 residential, and 5 institutional properties within 250 feet of the subject property, correct?
Correct.
No commercial properties within 250 feet of the subject property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So now let me show you, I believe this,
Now, but, I mean, Georgia Lodge is a lodge. And this gets back to,
okay, Mr. Krickelberg, I'm going to ask you questions and let you answer
Okay.
them, okay? And
Okay.
then, thank you.
I apologize.
That's okay, thank you. So I'm going to go back and you're welcome to clarify, just do it as you answer your question. I want to be fair and give you that opportunity. Just do it right then and that way we can keep moving.
Totally understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is, I believe this is slide 10 of MRA Exhibit E, if I'm not mistaken. And this is entitled the IR zoning district, the permitted uses in the square footage study, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I believe in your testimony last week, you referred to the IR district as I think you called it a very special district, correct?
I believe it is, yes.
I tend to agree with you. And let's look at the purpose of the IR district as set out in the town of Montreat zoning ordinance.
Counselor, if you don't mind, that's a good point to stop. We're going to break every hour. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think he's got it now.
Is that on now? Yes, there we go.
A little bit loud.
Is that?
Looks like maybe just a little more volume on this mic would get it.
Test, test, test. Test, test. Good. Thank you.
Somebody call me.
Then she had the two walkers. I don't know who that was. She was an older lady. I don't know. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, if everybody kind of come in and need to get, move forward here. Okay, we're ready to proceed. Go ahead, job position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kirkberg, you ready?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
there we go. We're already back up. Mr. Kirkberg, I'll represent to you, this is the first, an excerpt anyway, of the Town of Montreat zoning ordinance, section 504.1. The purpose of the IR institutional residential zoning district. And I'm happy to read that. It says the purposes of the institutional residential zoning district are: 1, to provide for a zone of transition between purely residential and purely institutional districts. 2, to serve as a residential district to accommodate a mixture of residential, office, and institutional uses in conditions of good health and safety. And 3, to provide for protected property values in areas which are predominantly residential in character. Did I read that correctly as far as you could tell, Mr. Kirk?
You did.
Thank you. That purpose section does not say anything about commercial uses. Is that correct?
That is correct. And it's also true that there is no commercial district in Montreat. So the use of the word commercial, I think we need to be very careful how it's used, because there is no commercial district or zoning district that calls out commercial use specifically.
Okay, and by that same token, there are districts like the institutional district where a commercial use like a hotel is allowed as a matter of right, correct?
That is correct.
And would not require us, if the MRA was attempting to build a hotel in the institutional district, we wouldn't be here right now, correct?
You are correct.
Let me pull up my next slide I'd like to show you. And this is again a slide you testified to last week. And I believe this is MRA Exhibit E, slide 11. Am I correct?
You are correct.
Thank you, sir. And this is the view from the southeast. And what this is depicting is the Hayner residence on the right, and then the proposed hotel on the left, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
And again, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but you testified last week and it was towards the end of your testimony. So I think we were all getting a little bit tired by that point. But I believe you testified that the hotel would in fact be taller than the Hayner residence, correct?
That is correct.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. And have you measured the height of the Hayner residence to make that determination?
Let's see. Our survey did not include the height of the ridge of the Hayner residence.
Okay, did not include.
That is correct.
Okay, but you do stand by your testimony that the hotel would be taller than the Hayner residence?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
do you know how much taller?
Then the Hayner residence?
Right.
No,
Do you have an approximation?
I do not.
Okay,
I know the height relative to the uphill buildings where view is important, but not relative to the Hayner residence as it is beside the building and we are 9 feet lower than the maximum allowable height within the IR zoning district.
okay. And tell me again, the height of the eastern wall or the right-hand wall that runs along the Hayner property line?
It varies because the slope up the hill varies. So it goes from a 2-story, 2.5-story facade to a 1-story facade as you go up the hill. So the site gradually slopes upward and it goes from 2.5 stories to 1 story as you see it from the Hayner property.
And so, and to your last point, as you see it from the Hayner property, can you tell me what the height, if let's say you're standing on the porch of the Hayner property looking directly over at the proposed hotel as if it was built, what is the height of that eastern wall, as I'll call it, right in that area? Can you tell me that?
We could measure it very precisely with our 3-dimensional modeling software, but I can't tell you because again, it is a sloping grade plane surface. So it's multiple heights as you move up the slope.
Understood. But so if I understand your testimony, you don't have the various heights along that wall as they go up the slope up to Georgia Terrace?
Our 3-dimensional model could give you any height you want at any inch increment along that elevation, but I do not have that memorized. No.
Okay. Well, perhaps that'd be something that might be of interest to the board. Would your 3-dimensional software also, let's say if we change the point of view of this schematic and went over to where the proposed driveway is for the hotel, could you show a view looking up that way of the hotel with the Hayner residence included?
Yes.
You could also do that.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, just to put this out there, this is not typically required by boards, commissions, city councils, or legislative committees. But if opening the 3-dimensional model, flying around and taking dimensions is critical, we can absolutely do that, but we'll need to bring the computer with that software loaded. So if that is important to the board, we can give you very detailed measurements. As far as the zoning ordinance goes, the only measurement that matters is the height below the maximum height. We're not exceeding the maximum height, and we're 9 foot 4 inches below the maximum allowable zoning ordinance height. So, but again, if that's what you want, we can bring the 3-dimensional model and we can look at various aspects of how the building was constructed in 3D.
Wasn't there a slide that showed where the ridge line went all the way across to Fremont Hall and where the first floor went
Yes.
across?
Yep. Uh-huh.
Don't we have that slide? Can we put that up there?
Sure.
That might be.
Let me see
Helpful?
if I can find that one. Is that slide 22, Mr. Krickelberg?
22.
That's
That
what
is
I
correct.
thought. Let me see if I can find that one very quickly. I'll have to go to MRA Exhibit E, which may not be quite as high resolution. But hopefully this will get this will get the trick done. The board see that okay?
Does anybody know what the height of Fremont Hall is? Nope. Okay.
Again, because of the slope, it varies. It has many different heights, depending on where you are on the sloping terrain as it goes around the building.
But we can see some relative heights from this.
That's correct. Facing assembly, it is little more than 3 stories.
Thank you, Mr. Krekelberg. And I know the Hainers would very much probably appreciate that 3D model, but we'll obviously defer to the board on that. So you keep referencing 9 feet below the allowable height, and that is, the allowable height's 40 feet, correct?
That is correct.
And
40
so-
feet on top of the average natural grade.
Right.
As defined by the zoning ordinance.
And so do I understand your testimony correctly that the proposed hotel, if actually allowed to be and constructed, would in no location be more than 31 feet above average grade?
30 feet, 8 inches to be precise, per the cross-section that is in the application.
So again, back to my question about again, we'll call it the eastern wall that'll run there along the Hainer property line for it's 162 feet back to Georgia Terrace, correct?
That is correct.
And no portion of that wall will be taller than 30 feet, 8 inches above natural
That is
grade.
not correct.
Okay, can you, so this is kind of what I'm trying to get to. Can you explain that to me and the board, please?
Can you please go to slide 21? Either Josh or,
Yeah, I'll let Josh, you want to do that?
slide 21 is the building section slide. That, it's really one of the most important documents in our application. It shows how average grade, when calculated based on the corners, is at a height, and that is our, if you could zoom in, Josh, basically just zoom into the center where we've got the building. So what's really important about this is that lower blue line that runs a few feet above the main floor. So you can see it's actually running in the middle of our people. So we've got our people standing there. So about, waist height. That is the zoning ordinance defined average natural grade. From that height, you go up 40 feet, and nothing that is constructed, as far as the building goes, can go above that 40-foot height. And again, we're 9'4" below.
And
that.
just for clarity, then there are going to be some areas that are higher. There are going to be some areas that are lower. The average is
Oh,
right.
absolutely.
smack in
And
the middle.
yes, and so to your point and to Mr. Whitlock's point, the assembly in facade
Is higher,
is higher. Yes,
but it's not higher than the average.
that's right. And there's nothing in the zoning ordinance that says you can't have what we have, which is on Georgia, which is over to the left. There's a very little facade, it's just the upper portion of the building. And then you actually see part of the basement garage, the main level, and the upper level on assembly. And that's because of the way that we build in the mountains. On sloped lots, they've decided that an average plus a height is the way to build instead of offsetting.
Instead
the
of a
slope.
stepped up
Instead of
kind
a
of a
step,
building.
Yes,
So you could only have 30 here and then 30 here and then 30 here.
that's right.
Thank you for that,
Thank you.
Mr. Krekelberg. And Josh, if I could switch back over, please, sir. And while we're talking about height and dimensions, I've pulled up now, this is, I believe, slide 18 from the MRA Exhibit 18. Is that accurate, Mr. Krekelberg? This is the building setback diagram.
That is correct. yes.
Okay. And so we talked about height, and as far as the other dimensions, I believe, we just touched on the side, but I believe you testified when we were all together last week that the front of the proposed hotel would be 169 feet wide, correct?
The building, that is correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then as we just discussed, 162 feet deep.
Correct.
Okay, and for perspective, both of those dimensions are longer than half of a football field. Is that right?
feet. Yes, that
Okay,
is correct.
okay. And while we're looking at the building setback diagram, let me see here. Okay. So if I can zoom in here a little bit. So you recall, I believe you testified a little bit about the setback on again, we'll call it the eastern property line from the Hayner residence. And so the Hayner residence is identified with the 10 right there, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then there's a little red line and there's some red language noting that currently there's a 13.5 foot distance between the property line, or a setback between the property line and the Galax porch, correct?
that is correct.
And then it shows that for the lodge, the lodge would be moved over 7 feet, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so assuming that the Hayner house, which was built in the early 1900s before there was zoning in Montreat, has a 12-foot setback, it is going to be roughly 32.5 feet from the eastern wall of the proposed hotel, correct?
Roughly.
Okay. And you'd agree with me, the Hayner property is the closest residential property to the proposed hotel, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So let's put this 32.5 feet in perspective if we could. And I want to do that by looking at the Galax house, which is what is outlined in red right there next where it presently exists, right there to the left of the Hayner residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the Galax house, I think I might have discussed this with your colleague, Mr. Bryant, or it might have been Mr. Adams. I can't remember at this point, but it has 3,125 square feet. Does that sound accurate to you?
We're talking about the Hayner residence?
The Galax house.
I don't know offhand. I know the total of the 3 lodges to be removed.
Right, it's 10,650,
That is
correct?
correct.
Okay, if I represented to you, the Galax house had 3,125 square feet. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
Let me just do a quick, it may be in our application.
Sure. Why don't we do it this way, Mr. Kreckelberg? If you'll look up there. I believe I have the Buncombe County tax card for the Galax house here.
You had it back down.
Yep, you see that?
Yes.
309 Collegiate Circle. And then if we go right down here, this is building 2, which I'll represent to you as the Galax house. You can probably tell by year built, 1948. Both of the other structures at 309 Collegiate Circle, at least on this side of the property, were built much earlier than that, correct?
Which
The
other
Lord
structure?
Apartments in Chestnut Lodge
They
were built much
before that?
earlier than
That's
1948.
correct. Yes,
And this shows a base square footage of 3125, correct?
that is what it says.
Okay. So going back to this, and again, I'm just, the purpose of this exercise, I just want to put into perspective this 32.5 feet between the Hayner residence and the proposed hotel. And the Galax house also, as advertised by the MRA, has 3 guest rooms that sleep 8 people. Does that sound accurate to you?
That does.
Okay. And so 3 rooms, 8 people, 3,125 square feet. And what would be replacing the Galax house immediately adjacent to the Hayners is a 29,000 square foot hotel, if we're going condition square footage to condition, correct?
Yes.
With 40 rooms that can hold up to 160 people, correct?
That is correct.
So that's an increase of 37 rooms, correct?
We're also removing Lord. And Chestnut.
Right, and right now I'm just talking Galax to the hotel.
Okay.
So that's an
I don't see
increase of
that.
37 rooms, correct?
If we're talking net, we need to talk about the number of rooms removed and the number of rooms.
Okay,
added.
but Mr. Krekelberg, I'm focusing on what is immediately adjacent to the Hayner residence right now. Okay, so I'm not talking about net. I'm just trying to put this into perspective for the board about what is going to be right next door to the Hayners. Okay, right now it's the Galax house. If the MRA is granted a special use permit and subsequently is able to construct this hotel, it would be this hotel. Make sense?
It does.
So I'm just comparing those two buildings right now.
Okay,
And I'm happy we can do it the other way too, if you'd like. to.
that would be good as well.
So Galax, just comparing Galax to the hotel would be an increase of 37 rooms, correct? 3 to 40.
That is correct.
Okay. And so
If
in
we're
the-
comparing those two
that is all.
structures.
It's all we're
So this is not
comparing.
a net calculation.
This is not a net
This is-
calculation, just Galax to hotel.
Okay,
150 plus people would be able to be accommodated. An additional 150 plus people, correct?
correct.
Okay. And then it would be about roughly 10 times the square footage. I think 928% was my calculation. Does that sound accurate? 3,125 to 29,000.
I don't know.
Okay. It's roughly 10 times.
Tenfold.
Right.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. And if we do the 3 lodge comparison, just looking at the square footage, it's 10,650 to 29,000, right?
That's correct.
And that's an approximate tripling of
That's
the
a
square
tripling.
footage,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, so fair enough.
Yep.
If we do it that
A
way too.
tripling and a net increase of 20 total guest rooms.
Right.
Mhm. Right.
Now, and I think it was also in regards to this exhibit that you testified that the MRA took the views from the Hayner property into account and that this yellow dotted line is supposed to somehow denote that?
Yes.
Is that correct?
The building could have been built to the setback corner at the lower left corner. So you see a considerable amount of front yard by pushing the building back from the setback line. So the building could be built all the way to the front setback line. And by pulling it back, that is taking into account views from the Hayner Terrace.
Okay. Well, it's not your testimony that there were not construction reasons or other reasons for the location of the building, is it?
There were also those reasons.
Right. It wasn't solely to preserve some sort of a
No,
view off the front of the Hayner
The
house.
relationship to Galax, again, because this is a special use permitting process, and because there are 6 standards that don't apply to other types of construction that are allowed on the site, taking into account the existing Galax building with the design of the lodge was very important in our vantage point from a matrix of fitting in with the context, relating to what has existed and what we're proposing with the new lodge. So there are many layers and reasons for locating the corner, the lower left, the southeast corner of the lodge in a location similar to the Galax residence.
But there were construction reasons for that as well, correct?
Construction reasons, accessibility reasons, taking into account the streetscape and the neighboring buildings, all of those reasons, that is correct.
Okay. And obviously you did not, nor no one from your team came on to the Hayner property
No,
or
we
went
did
into
not.
the Hayner
No.
house
No.
to analyze views from upstairs
Right.
windows
Nor did we do
or
any
anything. And I'm not
laser
accusing you.
measuring.
And,
Yes,
and
yes, we
just
did
to be
not.
clear, I'm
Yeah.
not accused, I'm just trying to make sure that it's clear that you weren't able to come into the Hayner house and look out the windows at the various.
That
views.
is
You're
correct.
just doing it from kind of looking at where the Galax is and as you said, putting it in the same
That's
place.
correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Right. And also just, I guess I just want to be clear for the board, it's not your testimony that if the hotel is constructed, that the hotel itself is not going to impair the Hainer views to the west, is it?
The views to the west will be affected by the new hotel.
Right. As you testified, the building will be taller than the Hainer residence,
That is
correct?
That is correct. Taller than Galax. That is correct.
Taller than Galax,
Yeah,
tall
exactly.
is presently
That is correct.
taller than the Hainer residence. That wall will go back 162 feet, certainly the entire length of the Hainer
That is
residence.
correct.
Okay,
That is correct.
okay. Let me see if I can get up the next slide I'd like to ask you about. And that is,
And Jamie, while you're doing that, Mr. Kreckelberg, if you
Yes.
guys, when you're talking, if you could just allow Mr. Whitlock to finish his question
Yes, sir.
before you answer, Madam Court Reporter's trying to get all of that information.
and
Got it. Got it.
Mr. Kreckelberg, I'll try to do a better job, but
And
we'll,
me too. Yes.
we'll both work on that for the court reporter, and that way we have a better record.
On the record, thank you, ma'am, for what you're doing. Nobody's ever said anything, so thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Mary Ann, and apologies. So, Mr. Kreckelberg, if I can get this to come up. Let's see if I can close some other stuff. This is MRA Exhibit E, Slide 19, the proposed schematic site plan. Again, if it will come up.
Sometimes if you zoom in and then zoom out, a PDF will.
Like your style, Mr. Kreckelberg.
There we go.
That's a project manager right there.
That is I like
Zoom in and zoom out.
Yeah.
Or restart. Sorry.
unplug.
Right. Unplug.
Okay, so looking at, Mr. Kreckelberg, just so the record's clear, was I correct that this is MRA Exhibit E, Slide 19?
That is correct.
Okay. And so again, what is denoted there as the existing residence to the right of the proposed hotel rendering, that is the Hainer residence, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the driveway, and it's actually marked there with an arrow, and if the board can't see this, just let me know. I'm happy to blow it up a little bit. The driveway to the underground parking garage is located right along the Hainer property line, correct?
That is not correct.
Okay, tell me why that's not correct.
If you follow the black property line at the bottom, that's the dash dot dot dash dot dot line. That's the black line. If you follow that over to the lower right corner, where that line turns up is the property line. You can see that we have a buffer of 2 separate rows of trees between the property line and the building, but also between the property line and the driveway. The driveway, moreover, extends further to the west. It actually S's over to give us even more space at those trees between the parcel, between the driveway and the property line. So the driveway is not on or near the property line.
It's your testimony, the driveway to the underground parking garage is not near the Hainer property line?
Oh, it's near it. But it's,
Okay,
yes.
you just said it was not near the Hainer property line, and let me
Yes,
back up for a
yes, thank you
second.
for saying that. It is within that setback distance of at least 20 feet, 20.5 feet to the property line. That's the distance of the driveway to the property line.
Right, so we have the Hainer property line, then a proposed buffer, and then the driveway, correct?
That is correct.
So perhaps I asked my question inartfully when I said along the property line, but it's on the other side of the property line, correct?
Yes, it's 20.5 feet from the property line.
Okay. And then also, as we look at this, and along that eastern wall, as we're calling it, that goes back to 162 feet or half a football field to Georgia Terrace, there will also be 20 guest rooms facing the Hayner property, correct? 8 on the first floor, 12 on the second?
That is correct.
Okay. And those guest rooms will have windows, I would assume, right? None of,
Each will have a window.
okay.
Mhm.
None of your architectural renderings show that side of the building, but I certainly would
But
assume
they-
guest rooms
They
have
do, I mean,
windows.
we've been looking
Okay, Mr.
at
Craig,
renderings that show that side of the building.
please don't interrupt me,
I am
okay?
sorry.
We just
I'm
went,
sorry.
but you just did it again.
I know, I'm sorry.
If you just let me finish my questions, and I'm going to do my best not to talk over you two as well, okay? We just want to make it easy on our court reporter.
Thank
Thank
you.
You testified last week also, and I believe it was in relation to this exhibit, about the location of mechanical equipment and HVAC equipment in particular. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, that is correct.
And I believe you testified that HVAC equipment was going to be located in the northeast corner, back up in the green area behind the Hayner property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and just so I can make sure the board can see what I'm looking at. For some reason that doesn't want to work, but I'm referencing this area there. So, no, that's okay. Board can see that, okay? Okay. And Mr. Krackelberg, what, I don't believe you got into any more detail, but what type of HVAC equipment will be located up in that little green area behind the Hayner residence?
Condensing units for a VRF, variable refrigerant flow system, similar to what is on the roof of Assembly Inn, or depending on whether or not we can do geothermal, it would be much less equipment. But at this stage, we can't decide on the percentage of geothermal versus VRF. So if we assume the worst case scenario, there would be some VRF, variable refrigerant flow condensing units in the upper right corner of the parcel.
Okay.
That is the northeast.
Right, in that the northeastern portion, right.
That is correct.
And are those condensing units, are those like compressors or blowers?
Yes, there is a fan and there is a condensing unit. And so it is what either pulls the heat or the coolness from the air. They both heat and cool, like a heat pump, but a more efficient version.
Okay, and would there be any type of window units or fans or other equiment in
No.
windows or other locations?
That was very important to Montreat, to not do what you typically see in hotels, which is it's called a PTAC unit that they put under the window. They're noisy. What MRA wants to do is similar to Assembly Inn, where the unit is fully contained within the room and there's no mechanical unit under the window, again, which is typical for hotels, but in MRA's mind, not appropriate for Montreat.
And if there was geothermal, would that require any type of window fans or units?
No. I mean, the wonderful thing about geothermal is because you're taking the heating and cooling from the earth, you really just have the pumps inside the building.
Okay.
But again, there are a lot of factors with geothermal that may make it a non-option for this particular project. And so we're assuming that a VRF system, which is a highly efficient system, is the baseline. And so accommodating that equipment in the northeast corner and also under the elevated terrace is what we're proposing.
Okay, and the elevated terrace, where are you referencing?
So that runs east and west facing Assembly. So you've got the L of our building, the horizontal part of our building, and then below that, there's the portion that bumps out to the left. And so the entire front of our building is a terrace, again, referencing other buildings within Montreat.
So the HVAC equipment could be there as well?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Within
And
that space.
so, but would likely be in both locations?
Yes, because of the distance of refrigerant lines. And I'm sure people have run into this. You can only travel so far with that coolant before you lose efficiency. So given the L shape of our building, we need to feed it from both the northeast and from the south.
Okay. And commercial HVAC systems, including these VRF condensing units and the fans, they make noise, true?
Correct.
Okay. And the proposed location is outside, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as an expert in development code compliance, you're aware that Montreat has a noise ordinance,
Yes.
right? And you're also aware that there are requirements in the noise ordinance for mechanical noise at property lines. Okay. So with that in mind, let me back up first. I believe you also testified last week that the MRA has not utilized any type of acoustic consultant on this project.
That is correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
So fair to say there's been no analysis of potential noise caused by any HVAC system at the Hayner property line. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay, and what about at the Jones property line up on North Carolina Terrace? Is that also true?
That is also true.
Okay. Show you one more slide. I'm not sure if you testified about this slide on direct last week. Are you familiar with this slide, which I believe is Exhibit E, slide 20, the existing and proposed contours plan?
Yes.
Okay. And are you the right person to ask questions about this, or would that be Mr. Kennard? Or?
You could ask me those questions.
Okay, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. So if we can, board will bear with me 1 second. I think I've got a kind of a blow up here. Might look a little bit better. Okay, so Mr. Kregelberg, you'd agree with me, this is just kind of a blow up or a call out of a portion of the MRA Exhibit E, slide 20,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
Okay.
cropped portion. Mhm.
And it's got a scale there at the bottom. And then as we go up, it's got the depiction of the Hayner house. And then above the Hayner house, it shows the limits of disturbance with the line pointing over, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so just so we're all clear, when we're talking about limits of disturbance, this would be where construction, land disturbing activity would extend to, correct?
Right, where grass would be scraped away and then, yes.
Okay.
Re-landscaped, that is correct.
And so the limits of disturbance here are outside of the building footprint, correct?
Outside the building footprint, that is correct.
Okay. And can you tell me what the distance from the Hayner residence is of these limits of disturbance?
It's approximately halfway between the setback line and the property line, the setback. So that's approximately 6 feet. Plus, you gave me the distance, I believe you said 12 feet from the property line to the house. So that would be approximately 18 feet.
Assuming there is a 12-foot setback from the property line to the Hayner residence?
Yes,
So 6 feet from the property line?
that is correct. Yes,
Okay.
approximately. Mhm.
Do you recall if this sheet L300, this was not included when the MRA submitted its initial application, was it?
It was.
It was.
Yes, and it's in that original PDF.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
Now, in the original submission, before the town reviewed the drawings, it was not included. After the town had done their review, it was added at the town's request. And so it is part of the official application that went to the board.
Right, and that was my question. It was not included as part of the initial application, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. So let's see if I can zoom in here a little bit. If I wanted to ask some additional questions about the existing and the proposed contours, would you be the right person to ask about that, or would that be Mr. Kennard?
I believe I can answer those. for you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let's see if I can get these up here in a way we can all see them. So first, let's go back to the regular document. If anybody, if any of the board members cannot see this, please let me know. So I'm focused down here on the what we'll call the southeastern portion of the property in the bottom right of the screen.
Mhm.
Fair, Mr. Kreckelberg?
Yes,
Okay. And so the contour lines, the existing contour lines are the dashed lines, correct? The
Correct.
black dashed
yep,
lines.
the black, yes, those are from the survey.
Okay. And these are 2-foot contours, correct?
Mhm.
And then these red lines that we see are proposed contours, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then in the spots where we have red numbers, like for example, right where where the entrance to the parking garage is, you can see a red number, this 2640.8. Those are proposed spot contours or spot elevations, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so that's showing a proposed elevation of 2640.8 or roughly 2641 right at the entrance to the garage, correct?
If you could zoom in.
Sure. Let me see if I pulled this up, let's see here. How about that?
Go a little further.
Okay.
I'm seeing 2640 point, what did you say that one? Is that
8.
8? Yes, that
Yes.
is what I'm seeing.
So approximately 2641.
Mhm.
Correct? Okay. So if we go back just very briefly, or let me just ask you, hope maybe we can do it this way, or we'll go back here. Looking at the proposed schematic site diagram or site plan, excuse me, the rear of the Hayner residence is approximately even with the rear of the parking garage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so now if we go back to the existing and the proposed contours, let's see what the best, easiest way to do this would be. So right here, and hopefully I hope the board can follow this. To the left of the Hayner residence, you can see the 2650 contour line marked, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so then if these are 2-foot contours as you testified, correct?
mhm,
And
yes,
so if we go, that would be 2652 as we move towards the rear of the Hayner residence, correct?
correct.
And then up one more, that'd be about 2654 right there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's roughly in that area we were talking about, the rear of the parking garage and the rear of the Hayner residence, correct? Yeah, if you can get it up there, John.
Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
all your explanations are great, but if we can't see it,
No,
we're not going to
absolutely.
grasp it.
And so, perfect. And so, I've got it, John. Thank you. And so, Mr. Kreckelberg, are you with me over here? So we had the 2650 line here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we went up and that was the 2652 line, correct?
Correct.
And this one would be the 2654, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, and then going, if we can zoom out, back out a little bit, John, please. So, and again, we have the 2640.8, which is the proposed contour right at the entrance to the garage, correct?
Correct?
Okay, and so if we've got 2654 back here at the rear of the garage and 2640 right here at the front, am I accurate to say that we're going to have about 13 feet of excavation in the rear area of the garage?
Yes, 12 to 13.
Okay,
I would say the 52 contour line coincides with the back of the garage, not the 54.
okay,
contour line.
so
12 to 13 feet. Yes,
12 to 13 feet of excavation, correct?
correct.
And that's a significant amount of excavation. You'd agree with that, right?
It's one story of excavation, which is very typical for building in the mountains
With an underground parking garage, correct?
or a residence. We typically see this with residences as well. You know, building an excavation of one story is very typical.
And here we see the 2640 existing contour, right?
That's correct.
And so 2642 would be this one,
That's correct.
44,
Mhm.
46.
Yep.
And then would this one be 48,
Yes.
right about here at the entrance to the garage?
Mhm.
So about eight feet roughly of excavation at the entrance to the garage, correct?
At that retaining wall. And that's what helps to bury and hide the entrance to the garage.
And you just referenced a retaining wall. Is that this right here?
That is that right there.
Okay.
Exactly. So the grade between the wall and the property line can maintain its slope, its natural slope.
Is that retaining wall marked as such anywhere on any of the plans?
I believe similar to the boulder walls, it is not. So we've got several boulder walls and retaining walls in the upper left corner. None of them are called out.
Okay. And I believe you testified, or let me strike that. Let me back up and ask you one other question. Without going through that laboring exercise and boring everybody to death, there's areas up to 15 feet of depth of excavation shown. Is that accurate?
I would need to verify that, but as we pointed out, there's at least 13 feet.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you testified last week that there was still some, I believe you used the term variability in that lower level finished floor elevation, correct?
From an accessibility vantage point, no. I mean, our elevations are absolutely dialed in for vehicular access, handicap accessibility, and access from various points on the site. So the heights are dialed in.
But you testified you could go deeper, correct?
That may have been Nathan.
Okay, well, was Nathan right when he testified that there was variability in the,
Yes, you could go deeper.
okay,
And then that's where the geotechnical report comes in. That's where you would potentially encounter the rock. And so it's this balance of accessibility, geotechnical information. And so the 13 feet is at that ideal spot to balance accessibility, auto access, and the depth of soils.
okay. It's 6 o'clock. The board like to take a break.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to wrap up with Mr. Kreckelberg. when we
I
get
didn't
back
want to
from the break.
interrupt you, but yeah. it's-
Mr. Chair, please feel free. You lose track of time when you're asking questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Plan.
Have a plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're getting ready to start here. Everybody, please come in and take a seat. Also, if you have a cell phone, we appreciate you putting it on
Kill it.
no ring.
Kill it.
Okay. We'll continue. Let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Krekelberg, I just have one or two more questions for you about a document I've just put in front of you, which I'm going to ask our Madam Court Reporter to mark for purposes of identification as Exhibit H6. And do you recognize this document, which I'll represent to you as an email chain, Mr. Krekelberg?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, and if I can, Josh, if I can broadcast, am I turned on? So the board can see. I was just going to put it up here, but if that's okay with the board, I do have copies. Sure, yeah, absolutely. I apologize. So, Mr. Krekelberg, I'm starting on the back side at the first email here on page 2 of this exhibit we've marked as Exhibit H6. And just so you could you identify what I put in front of you, what this document is?
Yeah, I would say this is a point midway in the process of determining the area of moisture seepage that exists in the northwest corner, which is currently where we have proposed the courtyard. This is in reference to an area of water seepage in that area. Currently, that water seepage is flowing under the under Lord Apartments.
And it's under the garage of Lord Apartments. Is that the approximate area?
It's actually under, I've been in the building, it's under the house and the garage.
Okay, okay. And so here on the back of this exhibit on, let's see here, on Thursday, February 25th of this year, you emailed Mr. Adams, the town zoning administrator, and just said, when we met on February 10th, you indicated the need for classification of the wet area near the existing garage on parcel, I won't go on, but you just described the property, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then if we turn back over, Mr. Adams got back to you on Tuesday, March 2nd, and just noted, and I'm paraphrasing here, that a determination of the water source performed by DEQ needed to be done, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and has there been, as we sit here today, any type of state DEQ or federal Army Corps of Engineers jurisdictional determination about this spring or water seepage or whatever it might be?
Yes, DEQ has determined that it is not a stream, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is in the process of working with our civil engineer to get the area of seepage designated as a wetland so that it can be filled. And
So-
again, this is, if I can just finish, because of the seepage, this is the reason for the L shape of our building, that we are avoiding that area with the geometry of our building.
So, so the Army Corps of Engineers has made a jurisdictional determination that it is a jurisdictional wetland.
The civil engineer will need to speak to that. He's coordinating directly, so you could save that question.
Fair enough, fair enough. Mr.
But it is
Krekelberg?
not a stream, to answer your question.
Fair enough. And I will ask Mr. Kennard about that, and I appreciate your time today. Thank you, sir. No more questions.
Good evening, Mr. Krekelberg.
Hello, Mr. Noor.
I will try to be briefer, not that Mr. Whitlock went too long, but sometimes we've got to cover things and I will try to avoid matters that we have already covered. The first thing I'd like to do, just give me a second here. I will try to speak a little bit closer into the microphone. Can you see that, Mr. Krekelberg?
Yes,
Okay. And this is part of the application, correct?
that is correct.
Okay, and this, Mr. Whitlock asked you a few questions about this earlier. I want to ask just a couple. I think you had mentioned when you were asked down here where the laser is on the lot that's labeled 9075, that's the post office, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I think your testimony was that that was a commercial use.
It's unclear. I would need the town to verify. But when you look at the table of uses, is it a municipal building or is it an office? And that would determine whether it's institutional or commercial.
Okay. Well, I'm going to throw up here the permitted use table here.
Mhm.
And I've highlighted two areas. One says public and institutional. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
And then highlighted below that is municipal government facilities, correct?
Correct,
So that would be a classification as an institutional use, correct?
correct.
Okay,
Or
not a
public,
commercial.
or public,
Public or institutional, but not commercial.
correct.
Okay. And if we again here, there are no other, again, this is your map, correct?
That is correct,
Okay, there are no other identified commercial uses within the purple IR district.
correct.
Okay. This is also a slide from the application, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and here you had shown this, you have 3 bars. One is for the 10,650 square foot existing lodges for removal, correct?
Mhm, that's correct.
Proposed lodge that's, you here have used 29,000 of the conditioned space, but
That's correct.
40,000.
Or net floor area
Yeah.
for the zoning ordinance.
total square footage though, 40,000 and some change.
That would be gross floor area, which is also defined by the zoning ordinance. But this is net floor area as defined by the zoning ordinance.
Understood, but that gross is 40,000 and some change.
790,
Okay.
correct? When
And
you
then
add in the garage.
Here, you've identified 114,000 square feet as allowable build out per ordinance. And I think your testimony last time was that you wouldn't need a special use permit to do that. Is that correct?
Depending on the use, and that's what we've highlighted in green. So an auditorium, a multifamily development, an educational use, any of those functions outlined in green could be constructed with a conditioned square footage of 114,000 square feet. That does not include the parking. So for example, with an auditorium, you might need an additional 57,000 square feet of parking So again, we're just showing the conditioned square footage, but the site, that blue volume could accommodate 171,000 square feet if we're talking about gross floor area, which Mr. Noor is talking about.
And all of these green highlighted sections here that are on the left of this slide, those are either residential or public institutional uses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One of the questions I had, and we received some testimony, I think from Nathan, about the basement, and the basement being, I think his number was 8 feet tall. Is that accurate?
That's the experienced clear with the concrete floor system to span the 60 feet to avoid columns so cars can easily park. There is a depth to the floor system.
Okay. And
Like,
so 8
60
feet,
foot.
give or take, because I think he also testified that there could be some flexibility there, whether it needed to go deeper, et cetera, correct?
correct.
Okay. If I heard you correctly, you also talked about how the dumpsters for the facility would be underneath, correct?
For the facility, that's correct.
That's right. So
And the trash would be picked up and hauled off.
okay. So you have dumpsters in the basement. Do you know what the standard size height for a commercial dumpster truck is?
It is greater than our 8 feet,
Okay. So you have the dumpsters in the basement,
or trash receptacles.
trash.
And I believe the
receptacles.
way that MRA deals with trash is a pickup truck and loading the trash into that truck with their maintenance staff.
Okay. And
I got a verification, yes.
well, so this, you're proposing for this facility that this will be hand pickup from a pickup truck coming underneath the building to get it.
Yes, because the majority of trash is being created by the lodgers who are using their individual kitchens, managing that trash. It is being brought to the basement and it is being picked up by MRA staff.
Okay. But this would not be tall enough to facilitate commercial trash pickup.
That is correct.
Okay. And this is a commercial designated hotel.
Correct.
Okay. One of the other questions I had about that goes to the parking. So if I can have just a second. This slide is proposed parking diagram alternate, 71 spaces. This is from the application as well.
That is correct.
Okay. In this, you have the spaces underneath the subsurface parking at 38, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you have 4 spaces to the, I guess what would be west of the hotel, correct?
Are you talking about the northwest, the upper right?
I'll help out here. My red laser here is pointing to 4 spaces, the number 4.
That is correct.
Okay. And then further southwest, we have 8 spaces, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Where is the commercial parking for the hotel? Loading trucks, other commercial vehicles, where's the parking zone for that?
There is no commercial parking. We're providing the parking as delineated for a hotel by the zoning ordinance.
So you've put in the number of spaces, correct?
That is correct.
But you've not provided any commercial parking.
To my knowledge, no. There is one manager parking space.
Okay. Let me ask go in a different direction here for a second. I want to go to slide 33. This is the grading or proposed contours plan that Mr. Whitlock asked you about. This is part of the application as well, correct?
So slide 20, okay.
Slide 20, I have it as 33 in the application
application.
packet.
Okay.
But yes. I'm just going to call out something here. I've zoomed in on what would be the north end of the hotel, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the contour elevation here right above where my laser is pointing is 2668.8, correct?
Correct.
So that would be the finished grade for the northern portion of the proposed hotel, correct?
Correct, for the upper level.
Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, so this is the building setback diagram as part of the application, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and here I'm just just give me a moment. There we go. When we're looking at this setback diagram, I've rotated it. The distance between the north side and here, it just took a second. The distance between the north side of the proposed hotel and the property line is 31.5 feet, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Jones Exhibit 4. Just give me a moment.
Are we going to get a copy of that?
You are.
Okay.
And that is my device, so I apologize.
That mean you're in contempt?
Well, I'll tell my brother to call back later. So, looking at that exhibit, Jones Exhibit 4, Mr. Keckelberg, do you recognize the Jones property at 2676? And forgive me, I didn't give you you got one as well, I think.
He's using my copy.
I'm using,
And Brian, I think, has extras, correct? Or do
I've got one.
you have an extra there?
No, that was the one for the Mountain Court Report, but I've got all the exhibits right here.
I guess I ended up one short. Here you go, TC. So on that, and forgive me. There we go. You can see the Jones property at 2676, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the Buncombe County GIS system?
Yes,
This is a GIS overlay of the proposed site and the Jones house and some of the surrounding properties, correct?
that is correct.
And in the measurement here, there's a measurement tool on the GIS, correct?
Correct.
And that shows a distance from the Jones's back porch to the property line of the proposed site of approximately 112 feet, correct?
This is where, and we've encountered this, sometimes the photography and the property lines are offset due to the way the LiDAR information and the vector-based information are brought together. But because you're measuring from, now if you're measuring from building to building, that's one thing, but measuring from building to property line is not the most accurate thing because you're going between two layers. One is a projected photographic layer and the other is a vector-based layer. So,
And my question, Mr. Kreckelberg, was it appears that under the GIS system, it's approximately 112 feet, correct? Not exactly, but approximately.
given how property lines can shift, it could be quite different from that.
But as depicted here, it says 112 feet, correct?
From building to building, I think that's a fair
Okay.
assessment, yes. Between
And
those two buildings.
if we go back, I won't go back to the previous slide, but that previous slide showed the distance from the back of the hotel to the property line at 31.5. Correct?
That is correct.
So putting those together approximately, I'm not holding you down to the 1/10 of a foot. We're looking at roughly 143.5 feet from the deck of the Jones's property to the wall of what will be the proposed hotel.
No.
Okay. Why is that not accurate?
If you can go back to slide 18. Chestnut extends well into the setback. Our building is set back from the setback. So you need to add at least what appears to be at least 20 feet, if not 25 feet to that distance because of slide 18, building setback diagram, showing that our hotel is set back much further from the road than Chestnut Lodge is, because Chestnut Lodge is built, the majority of the building is within the setback, which is a non-conforming.
Well, and my question, I want to be clear here, wasn't where Chestnut was. It's where the proposed hotel will
Right, so
be.
you need to add to the 143 feet.
Well, the Buncombe County diagram on 4 indicates it's 112 to the property line. Then you have on your diagram 31.5. You add those together and you get 143.5.
Perfect. I was missing that. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
That's the question that I was asking.
Thank you. Now I understand.
Okay, just give me a second. You were asked a little bit about the heating and cooling system that will be behind the Hayner property. Do you know the tonnage of that system?
At this time, I believe our engineers have preliminarily sized the system, but I do not have the tonnage.
What's the size, preliminary sizing that they've provided you with?
I do not know that offhand.
Do you have that available?
I could get it available.
Is that something you could provide us, please? If the board would like to know that, that might be helpful as well. I'll move on since you don't know off the top of your head.
I do not.
That one. The geotechnical report that you were asked about, Exhibit M, that was contracted between Brooks Engineering and the geotechnical firm ECS, correct?
Correct,
Okay, so your company was not the client on that.
correct.
Okay. I'm gonna throw up what is section 6 closing here. And I've highlighted some text here. This is the end of that report. It says, we recommend that ECS be allowed to review the project's plans and specifications pertaining to our work so that we may ascertain consistency of those plans / specifications with the intent of the geotechnical report. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. That statement would indicate that they did not have copies of the project's plans and specifications. Is that accurate?
They were given the background information they needed to do their testing, which is the CAD, for example, for the site plan that they created, footprint, driveway locations, all of that information was provided to them.
So you're saying they had that, but despite this statement that they would recommend being allowed to review it?
Yes, and I believe this is in regard to prior to the start of construction.
And my understanding is you got this report, you relied on it informing the decisions about site plan, location, other things related to the design of the building as a whole, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I just gonna put up one more thing here. This is, I guess, second to last page of their report here that they attached to it. And it says, do not rely on this report if your geotechnical engineer prepared it for a different client. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Okay. And I think you just testified that Samsel was not the client for this report, correct?
our engineer,
Mr. Krackelberg, my question was pretty clear. You testified that you were not the client, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. But you relied on it.
Yes, we definitely did.
I have a question. So the client was the MRA?
Well, let's go, we can go through the report. The client identified in the report, and I'll pull it up for Ms. James, if you'll just give me a second. I think numerous locations here. I'll just pick one. Yep. Client is Brooks Engineering Associates.
Help me out. What was their role again?
The civil engineer, and he will be testifying after me.
I think I may only have a couple more questions if you give me a moment. Oh, just give me one moment here. I just want to make sure I've got this accurately in the record. I'm showing here what is the building setback diagram. This will, and the buildings number 5, 6, and 7 are going to remain on the property, correct?
That is correct.
And along with the proposed hotel, which is in the blue shading here, that'll be the 4th building on the lot.
Correct.
Okay. The roofing system for the building, I I believe is approximately 17,000 square feet roof size.
That sounds correct.
Okay,
Slightly larger than the upper level footprint.
okay. And Jones' property is behind the hotel, correct?
That is correct.
They'll be looking out over that roofing system.
That is correct.
Okay.
Can I provide the height at which they will be looking out over at the roof?
Well, I appreciate you offering that. I was really just making sure that from an orientation standpoint, we understood how their house would be situated in relationship to the roof versus where exactly the roof would be in an eye line. I mean, I think my
Yes.
question was,
Yes.
they'll be looking out over it,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, it will be lower than Chestnut and Lord's existing roofs, and they will be looking out over the roof.
And here, number 5, which I believe is Walnut Lodge, correct?
That is correct.
It's within the setback requirements, but has existed for a very long period of time, correct?
That is correct.
But within the setback lines as would apply today.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
And if you'll just give me a quick second to talk with my client to see if there's any other questions, I think that's going to about do it for me, Mr. Chairman. So. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am,
I do have one follow-up question.
please.
Thank you. I have a question that relates to a document that we've already seen. I'm not sure, John, with your technology, if you'd be able to pull it up. It's from the permit application, Exhibit E, page 26. 26. This is the contour map. And I'm afraid on the existing conditions demo plan, it has contours on it also. It's the clearest one that shows it.
With this being a Brooks engineering drawing and with Brooks providing testimony, I'll try to answer what I can. That's all.
Oh, so you're thinking
I didn't
should
talk
ask-
about this slide.
Okay,
Our
so
engineer will be talking.
so I should ask the engineer, it has to do with the contour maps on here. but-
Or you can ask and I'll just tell you if I can't answer the question.
Okay, so on this, if you can zoom in a little closer to where Galax is currently. I don't know if it's possible to see it on here, but on this contour map, it shows that the midpoint of our home, by the way, the Hayner home as it's referred to, is at 2650 is the elevation, is the current base of Galax. Does that something that you can see? I know you can't see it on the printed version very well. So if that's something I need to go into with the engineer, I could do that.
That may be, I'm having a hard time.
Okay. So it's the base of Galax, yes,
Mhm.
exactly, right
Mhm.
there. that contour line would be at 2650, calculating up from 2640, as was pointed out. Those are each 2-foot increments. It brings us up to 2650 as the current base of Galex.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and you testified previously that the highest point of the hotel would be 2.2 feet below the 314 Georgia Terrace. That would be 2687.8 feet.
8 inches. Yeah.
26,
Yes.
7,
26,
87 and 8
foot,
inches.
8 inches.
Right.
That's correct.
I just misspoke, I'm sorry. So by these measures, that would mean that the height of the hotel would be 37 feet, 8 inches above the current base of Galex. Is that correct?
I would need to verify that. Again, it's on a slope.
Yes.
So if we're talking about the very corner, that is possible, but it does diminish quickly as you go up the hill. So the height does vary.
Right, but from the 2650 to the 2687, 8 inches would be the 37.
That is correct.
Thank you
That
very
is
much. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay, do have some questions on redirect. So Mr. Kreckelberg, I'm looking at your expertise in site design and development code compliance document. I gave this to you last week. Actually, let me give it back to you now. And again, we're not going to submit that into the record, but that's just to refresh your memory. About how many projects have you worked on that involve zoning compliance?
Of the 100 most recent projects, 93 of those. So approximately 93% of the projects that I work on involve zoning compliance.
Okay. May I see that? Just a moment. Thank you. And of those, how many involve project coordination and building code compliance?
100% for building code and 100% for project coordination.
So you've looked at a lot of building codes and a lot of zoning ordinances in
I
your
have.
time. Fair enough. Now, Mr. Whitlock and Mr. Noor spent some time on the geotechnical report and both appear to question the validity of the methods and also then relying on it to show there's rock on the property. But the question I have for you is the report that you received in your experience, not as a geotechnical engineer, but as a project coordinator, typical at this stage of a project?
It's more detailed.
Okay, so sometimes you don't have this much geotechnical information at this stage?
That is correct.
Is it common practice for there to be additional geotechnical information to be determined or derived during construction?
Yes, during construction, we will recommend to our owners that they continue to work with the geotechnical engineer for not only construction testing. Many geotechnical engineers can provide construction-based testing. That's testing the strength of concrete and aspects of construction, but also investigating things like the identified fill soil. And so compaction testing, because if we don't need to take that soil out because the compaction meets the specification, we would much rather leave that in because it's expensive to haul off fill.
Is it possible to have all of your geotechnical information that you'll have for the entire project at this stage of construction or development, excuse me?
No, it isn't, not with existing buildings on the property.
Okay, so there was a fair amount of hay made about institutional versus commercial use. In your reading of the Montreat zone ordinance, and I'd also just clarify for the board, we'll have Mr. Schufer discuss this if necessary as well. Did you see anything in the ordinance that mandates commercial uses are only allowed in a commercial zoning district?
we would object. I mean, the ordinance speaks for itself. It says what it says inside of it.
Fair enough. I withdraw the question. What we will do, however, I'd like to go back to the list of adjoining properties. And, you know, Mr. Adams prepared that document. You did not. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you didn't list residential or institutional in there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now I'm gonna shoot some addresses at you, and I would represent to the board and to opposing counsel that these are addresses listed on that document as being for institutional uses. And to the best of your knowledge, and if you aren't sure, that's fine. Tell me what that structure or use is. All right, so the first institutional use listed on that adjoining property document is located at 301 Assembly Drive. Do you know what that is, Mr. Kreckelberg? If you don't, again, that's fine.
The Owners Mountain Retreat Association, is that Freeland Hall?
I am guessing, but I do not know.
I would be
So we
guessing as
will,
well.
we will move on. And same question for 321 Assembly Drive. It's listed as institutional. Again, that's also, I believe, let's see here. That is owned by the Georgia Lodge Montreat NC Inc.
That is a lodge, which according to the zoning ordinance is a commercial use.
Okay. We also have 407 Kentucky Road, owned by the Mountain Retreat Association, listed as institutional.
I'm not sure which building that is.
That's quite all right. We have 318 Assembly Drive, listed as institutional, and that is owned by the Mountain Retreat Association. And the last one we have is 309 Collegiate, listed as institutional. So if you don't know those uses, that's fine too.
Being owned by the Mountain Retreat Association, I would assume they're either lodges or the Freeland Hall building.
So what we do know, without going and looking at the chart, is that there's at least one lodge that is listed as institutional on this chart, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you say that lodge is more similar to what's being proposed than many of the institutional uses listed in the zoning ordinance?
I would say Georgia Lodge, Reynolds Lodge, they are.
I think at this point, we'll have to object. He was qualified in code compliance, which would be, have you met the code? We're getting into the area of planning, which we made a number of objections to
Well,
last time.
I would say respectfully, Mr. Whitlock opened the door when he made my client read from the zoning ordinance. I'm merely doing the same thing.
Well, I'm also not Mr. Whitlock and represent separate individuals.
That's fine.
I can't hear you.
Sorry. I represent a separate party, the Joneses. And so where Mr. Whitlock would have done that, I did not. And so I would renew my objection on behalf of my clients in that area. Is this being outside of the scope of his expertise as a code compliance expert, not a planner?
Mr. Chair, I would also note, asking him to read from the zoning ordinance, that is the zoning code. He has been certified as an expert in code compliance. I did not read from him from the comprehensive plan or ask him if some other buildings on this other exhibit that Mr. Adams prepared were somehow similar to one another. That's not something he's been qualified as an expert, and I in no way opened the door to that kind of testimony.
Mr. Chair, I think you overruled the objection already. Is that what?
Yes.
I'll continue. And I have just one or two more questions on this point. Okay, so Mr. Kreckelberg, I've handed you a copy of the zoning ordinance. And could you tell me what category in the table of uses bed and breakfast and boarding houses are listed as? Is it commercial or institutional?
A bed and breakfast is commercial and a boarding house is commercial.
Okay, thank you. And those would also require a special use permit in the institutional residential district, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Whitlock's analysis of the size of the structure. He tried to get you to say that this building will be 10 times bigger than Galax. A question I have, do you know, and again, I apologize for putting you on the spot, what the total conditioned square footage of the lodge will be?
The total conditioned square footage of the new lodge is 29,000 square feet,
And that's over 2 floors, correct?
over 2 floors.
So what would the conditioned square footage be for the footprint of the building? You see what I'm saying, essentially the first floor of the building? Because that,
Yes.
go ahead, sir.
So they're slightly different, again,
Okay.
to deal with the change in terrain and to limit excavation. The main level is 12,400 square feet. The upper level is 16,600 square feet.
Okay, so what we're talking about though is not 29,000 square feet versus 3,100 square feet. Is that fair? And 3,100 being the approximate square footage of the Galax Lodge. I guess my question, let me ask it a little differently. Is it a fair comparison to say 29,000 square feet versus 3,100 square feet?
I don't think it's a fair comparison because we're removing 3 lodges with 20 guest rooms and replacing them with a building that has a net increase of 20 guest rooms. So I would take all the square footage of the 3 lodges that are being removed and compare that to the square footage of the proposed new lodge.
Okay, thank you. There was a question about the HVAC. And just to be clear, MRA is committed not to put the HVAC units on the roof. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I know you cannot speak for the town or for Mr. Adams, but is your understanding that the town of Montreat prefers that they not to be on the roof? And again, if you can't answer that.
I don't think I can answer that.
Okay, that's fine. We'll move on.
Because there are instances in Montreat where the equipment is on the roof. This, from Samsel Architect's vantage point, this is something that we worked closely with the client on
Okay.
in terms of the overall character of the building.
Okay, well, that, very good. I have just a few more questions. Okay, there was talk about commercial parking. In your reading of the zoning ordinance, is that a term that applies to the parking requirements? Or does the parking ordinance look at loading and unloading and look at number of spaces?
It looks at the number of spaces required. And my understanding is if loading and unloading are provided, the zoning ordinance has very clear parameters for those areas.
Okay, so I think I've got just one last question. This is about that question about who is the client for the soil report. So it's true that you used the report and the client was Brooks Engineering, but, and of course, Mr. Kennard will be able to testify to this. Who is Brooks Engineering working for?
They work directly for the owner.
Okay.
The civil engineer does.
In your experience reading soil reports, is that a common disclaimer? Do not use this if it's not for the specified client.
Yes.
Is that typically inserted to mean don't use this for another site?
I'll object as to the meaning of the report without him being the author.
I'll withdraw the question. And again, I'm not playing TikTok. I'm just looking to see if my learned co-counsel has anything else that's to be said.
TikTok is probably appropriate for this hearing.
Well, sir, I will pledge to you tonight, I will not make a meme out of this hearing. I have nothing further. Thank you.
TikTok at 7:02, time to take a 10-minute break.
Clever.
Remind me to tell you about the dog retreat. I started, it didn't come down for 3 years.
Okay. I'll call.
Memorize it. Just don't put it on your head.
Because I think I've got one in, and then it's and there's really a month I never do.
Yeah.
And I will send you a copy of it. Just like
I just really. Oh, I've never heard, well, I would have done that for you. I'm like, no, yeah, not for 3 years you have. Oh. All right, here we go.
Just the two.
Okay, we'll come to order.
Mr. Chair, we may just have a little procedural. Were you going to finish up?
I didn't have any further redirect.
We don't have.
Okay, so no further recross. Now,
Ms. Hayner may, I'm not sure. I don't want to leave her out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no, we're good.
Very good to remind you.
So, Mr. Chair, at this point, we want to do a little cleanup for the record. At this point, I would ask that Jones Exhibit 4 be admitted into the record. We provided you all with this. There's no objection.
Yeah.
And just for the record, I know it's already been admitted, but this is Jones 1. This was our application and affidavit. It's already in the record, but I wanted to make sure that the court reporter has that as well, and that's been admitted as well.
No objection.
And Mr. Chair, I would ask that Exhibit H6, which was the email correspondence between Mr. Kreckelberg and Mr. Adams regarding the wetland area at the Lord Apartments, be admitted into the record, please.
No objection.
Thank you.
And lastly, in our Exhibit L, we've put all the CVs and resumes for our experts in one exhibit. I should have done it as we were going through, but we'd like to have the resume for Mr. Bryant and the CV for Mr. Kreckelberg also admitted into evidence.
No objection from the Joneses.
No objection.
I think we've concluded the examination for Mr. Kreckelberg, and when the board's ready, we're ready to call our next witness.
Okay. Sounds great. Proceed.
Thank you. We would next like to call Mr. John Kennard. All right. All right, good evening, Mr. Kennard.
Welcome, sir. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay.
I keep jumping the gun.
Sorry.
Usually it's all done at the beginning, and so I've just.
And you
my
went to law
apologies, sir.
school. Anyway.
I even passed.
I get it. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
K-I-N-N-A-I-R-D.
It's spelled K-I-N-N-A-I-R-D. Okay, so Mr. Kennard, could you give us your name, where you're employed, and what your occupation is?
Yes, my name is John Kennard. I am a civil engineer. I am a partner at Brooks Engineering, and I've been there for about 13 years.
Okay, Can you describe your education and experience?
Sure, I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Georgia Tech, and I have been engineering for about 20 years. About 17 of those have been here in Western North Carolina.
Okay. Do you hold any, or do you have any special training?
I don't know about special training, other than the education.
Okay, so it's your education and you're a licensed engineer in. the state
Yes,
of
I'm a
North
licensed
Carolina.
engineer in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia.
Okay. Have you ever been recognized as an expert witness by any North Carolina court or local board such as this Board of Adjustment?
I have been an expert in North Carolina court, as well as probably a dozen Board of Adjustment meetings.
Okay, very good. We would offer Mr. Kennard as an expert in civil engineering and site design. Okay. I have, if you need to refer to it, a copy of our exhibit notebook. And if you need it, please feel free to take that. We're going to start with Exhibit E, which is it's the presentation that Mr. Kreckelberg and Mr. Bryant went through. Do you think we could get that presentation back up, please? And we'd like to start at page 25. Or I suppose it would be slide 25.
Did you identify his CV in Exhibit L?
You know, I nearly did that one more time. If you would, Mr. Kennard, while the slides are coming up, is that your curriculum vitae in Exhibit L?
I'm sorry, what was that?
We've got a copy of your CV in Exhibit L. Have you seen a copy of that, sir?
I'm not sure if I have.
Okay, well, let's grab that for you. And it would be after, should be right after Mr. Kreckelberg's under Exhibit L. So is that your CV, sir?
That is.
Okay, we'd also ask that that be admitted into evidence at this time. Thank you very much for getting the slides up. All right, just be one moment. Okay, so we are looking at our Exhibit E, and there are 5 slides in here. And if we could just go, and what I'd like to do is maybe go through the 5 slides. Can you see these all right, Mr. Kennard, or do you need copies from the
I've got
book?
them here.
Okay, you've got them. All right, if we could, I don't want you to get any detailed explanation, but I would like you to at least explain who prepared each of these diagrams. And let's start with slide 25, sir.
Okay, I prepared that.
Okay. And what are we looking at with that diagram?
That appears to be the master plan, which just kind of gives a general overview of the site.
Okay, slide 26, please. Okay, and what are we looking at with this slide, sir?
That would be the existing conditions and demolition plan.
Okay, slide 27, please. Okay, and can you tell us what that is, Mr. Kennard?
Yes, that would be, looks like that's the clearing and also a demo plan as well. Clearing, demolition.
Okay, if we could go to slide 28, please. And could you tell us what this is, Mr. Kennard?
That is the erosion control plan.
Okay, and we have just 2 more. If you could go to slide 29 and tell us what that is.
That is the grading and stormwater plan.
Okay, excuse me. And last slide, number 30, please.
Yes, that is a conceptual utility plan.
Okay, so do these collectively constitute the engineering plans that you've prepared for this project?
They do.
Okay. If we could we go actually to our next slide? It is a letter dated September 1. Thank you. And I know you probably can't see that on the slide, but it is in the individual exhibit notebooks as well. Can you describe for the board what this letter is, sir?
Yes, this is a letter to Mr. Scott Adams, just describing our understanding of the Montreat Soil Erosion and Sedimentation Control Ordinance and the Montreat Stormwater Management Ordinance.
Okay. And did you prepare this letter?
I did.
Okay. So with that background information, could you, in general terms, describe the characteristics of the site for the board, slope, soils, other things you think are appropriate?
Sure. The site is currently developed. Approximately 40% of the site is impervious or built upon. It's a moderately sloping site. It's about 20% slope average. The soils are of an urban type. So again, fairly developed site.
Okay. Are you familiar with the town of Montreat and the Buncombe County Soil Erosion and Sedimentation Control Ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. So can you tell us a little bit about how they interact with each other?
Yes. The town of Montreat has actually adopted the Buncombe County ordinance.
Okay. And for the board's reference, the ordinances are located at Exhibit I, and this is I-1. Okay. Are you familiar with, and if you would, I'm sorry, Mr. Kennard, could you take a look at Exhibit I-1 for me? And just tell me what that is, sir?
I believe I-1 is the soil erosion and sedimentation control ordinance.
Okay, and that's the Buncombe County ordinance?
Correct.
We'd ask that Exhibit I-1 be entered into the record. Okay, if you could go to Exhibit I-2. And tell us what that ordinance is.
That is the Montreat Stormwater Management Ordinance.
Okay, and are you familiar with this ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that Exhibit I-2 also be admitted into the record. Lastly, if you would, actually, just a moment. Okay. Does the site currently meet the requirements of the soil erosion and sedimentation control ordinance or the stormwater management ordinance? And the key word there is currently.
It does not. It predates the establishment of those ordinances.
Okay. So that would be none of the 3 lodges that are currently there meet these ordinances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If you would, let's go ahead and get it into the record. If you'd look at Exhibit I-3 and tell me what that is, sir.
I-3 is Chapter K of the Montreat ordinances.
Okay. And are you familiar with this ordinance?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the hillside development.
Okay.
ordinance.
Thank you. And we'd also ask that be admitted into the record. Thank you. Okay. If you could, we've submitted the engineering plan. Of course, it's very technical in nature. Could you, in general terms, explain measures that will be taken during construction to control runoff and surface water?
Sure. During construction, we will adhere to the Buncombe County and Montreat soil and erosion ordinances. We'll use measures such as silt fences, inlet protection, outlet protection, stabilized construction entrances, and of course, the most important measure is stabilizing any exposed areas as quickly as possible.
And do you have an opinion as to whether the project, if approved and constructed as proposed in the application, which includes your engineering plans, will meet the requirements of A, the soil erosion and sedimentation control ordinance applicable within the town of Montreat, and B, the stormwater management ordinance applicable within the town of Montreat?
I do.
I'll register my objection. I know he gave his answer, but I don't think he's qualified to give an answer to that question as to whether it will comply with the ordinances. I think that's a determination for designated officials within the zoning code and those particular different ordinances to make decisions as to whether compliance has been made, not the engineer on the project. For example, zoning administrator makes determinations on a number of different things in the zoning code. There are other officials that are designated with that responsibility. So I think his opinion on this issue is outside of the scope of his expertise.
We would
Civil
disagree
engineering.
simply because they're going to say, well, you have to meet all the special use standards, including that the use meets or will meet all required applicable standards. Mr. Kennard is the member of our team who we've charged with meeting that standard. Furthermore, if Mr. Adams gets up and says it doesn't meet it, well, that's going to affect Mr. Kennard's credibility. There's no reason that Mr. Kennard cannot opine as to whether the project he's helped design meets these standards. And if that's contradicted later by other evidence, that's okay.
I agree. Let's hear it at this point, and let's go for it at this point.
Mr. Chair, on behalf of Kate Hayner, I would adopt Mr. Knorr's objection just for the record.
Okay. As my board attorney would say, overruled.
So you may proceed, Mr. Kennard. Would you like me to read the question again, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether this project, if approved and constructed as proposed in the application, which includes your engineering plans, will meet the requirements of A, the soil erosion and sedimentation control ordinance applicable within the town of Montreat, and B, the stormwater management ordinance applicable within the town of Montreat?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that this site will meet the requirements of both the soil erosion and sedimentation control ordinance and the stormwater management ordinance of the town of Montreat.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether the project, if developed as proposed, will be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare with regard to stormwater or soil erosion and sedimentation, as those items are addressed in the ordinances?
I do.
And could you provide that opinion?
Yes, my opinion is that this project will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare with regard to stormwater or soil erosion and sedimentation.
Okay. And I want to make sure this point is clear. So within the context of these ordinances, if the project is developed in a manner that complies with just these ordinances, will the project pose any more danger to the public health, safety, and general welfare than what is currently on the site now?
No, in fact, I believe we will improve conditions out there. Currently, there are 0 stormwater management features on site. When we're complete, we will have fully functioning stormwater measures on site.
And can you describe those, the stormwater measures?
Sure, there will probably be several. We will have some pervious pavers, which can act as a detention system. We will have an underground chamber system. It's called a storm tech system. And of course, just in general, a better condition of the existing stormwater collection system on site.
Okay. Is any part of this property located within a special flood hazard area or, pardon me, or other areas subject to the town of Montreat flood damage prevention ordinance?
No.
Okay. And how do you know that?
We reviewed the flood maps.
Okay.
Prepared for that purpose.
And those are sometimes referred to by the acronym FIRM.
That is correct.
Okay. Is any of the property located within an area subject to the town of Montreat's hillside development ordinance?
No.
Okay.
Why?
Sure. The average slope of this site is 20%. And if you refer to, trying to remember what exhibit that is.
It's
I3,
I3.
I
Yes,
believe.
sir.
Yep. I3 section I3A. The applicability and exemptions, land disturbing activities involving property with an existing slope less than 40% would be exempt from that ordinance.
Okay. I want to talk briefly. A question came up from a board member in one of our earlier meetings about approvals to, about capacity for water and sewer. And I think it'd be helpful for the board to understand a little bit about what we know and what we don't know at that point. I'm going to hand you 2 documents to refresh your memory, but we are not submitting them into the record. And if necessary, we can get copies of those and have them admitted into the record at a later time.
I'd like to ask the board attorney, we need to see this. So,
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mr. Chair.
Whether or not the board would need to see it.
Yeah.
well, that's what I'm saying.
And if Mr. Morphus,
Deems it necessary for you all to see it and he wants you to see it.
Yeah,
we'll make
and what I was going to do
exhibits
is if the board wants to see them, there's nothing secret, but I was just trying to streamline matters. Okay. So could you describe to the board what the first document is?
The first document is an allocation approval from the Metropolitan Sewage District of Buncombe County.
Okay, and does that represent that the Metropolitan Sewage District of Buncombe County has determined there is sufficient sewer capacity for the proposed project?
That is correct.
Okay. Who is in charge of water capacity for projects within the town of Montreat?
The Montreat Water Department.
Okay, have you gotten an approval from the water department at this time?
No, we have not.
Okay, have you asked about water capacity?
Yes, we have had some correspondence and they have not expressed any concerns with capacity or pressures in the area.
Objection to the hearsay, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, say again.
Object to the hearsay to his testimony about what the water department may or may not have said.
And what I would say is we are putting that in as that is what Mr. Kennard has been told. We are not opining as to the actual.
That's called hearsay, Mr. Chairman.
If I could finish, we are not putting it in for the truth of the matter asserted. We are not saying that Mr. Kennard has measured the capacity of the water system in Montreat, but that is what he has been told.
Can we get that? Should we get that?
I would leave that to the board. If the board feels it's important to have testimony from the Montreat Water Department, I think you could certainly get that.
I'd like to, just to clear it up, I'd like to at least get a document or a letter or an email or something from somebody. So it's not hearsay.
Sure, if you want to direct Mr. Morphus to track that down, I think he's going to be presenting his case in chief probably on the 17th, so he would have an opportunity to.
Okay. Yeah, so yes, if you want a person, we'll be happy to do that.
I don't necessarily, I mean, I'd be fine with a written statement. You know, I don't want to take too much more time and I don't want to.
We will inquire with the water department,
Thank you.
see if they can provide better information for the board. Okay. Okay, believe it or not, I think we are nearly done. I think that is all I have on direct examination. Thank you.
Mr. Kennard, My name is John Nora. We haven't met before. I just have a few questions, I think. One, I just want to make sure, and I hate to be rude, and so that's not the reason I'm asking this, but it seemed like you might have been reading from something. Do you have a list of questions in front of you?
I do.
Okay, were these the questions Mr. Morphus was asking you?
Yes, sir.
So do they have the answers there?
They have what I've written down there, yes.
Okay. So you were reading the answers that you'd written down to the questions that were asked?
Correct.
Okay. Were these your independent answers, or were these answers you'd worked with the attorney to form prior to tonight?
These are my answers.
Okay, I just want to make sure. It seemed like you were reading something. I want to make sure I understood where that was coming from. You mentioned a storm tech system. Can you tell us about that storm tech system? Capacity, other elements about the system?
Sure, I don't have the capacity in front of me, but the Storm Tech system is it's an underground system. They are bottomless chambers with a bed of stone underneath them. In this case, we will use what's called an isolator row, which also has a layer of fabric underneath it. That fabric is there to help remove sediment and other debris, other pollutants from the water, also to help the system be cleaned out a little bit easier.
But an underground system, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Just want to throw up one document, I think. This is your September 1, 2021 letter to Mr. Scott Adams, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think this is page 1 of it. This is page 2 with your signature, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just want to highlight something here. This section, and I'll read it. While these preliminary plans do not constitute full permit or construction level documents, we are aware of the requirements and have demonstrated on a conceptual level our ability to adhere to the standards as listed below. So the plans you submitted to Mr. Adams were they were preliminary, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And they were demonstrating conceptual compliance, correct?
That is correct.
So theoretically, they would comply conceptually as you had presented in the preliminary plans.
Is that a question? Yeah, correct.
Okay. And they're not the final plans that would need to show compliance based on those final plans, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just give me one moment, but that may be my last question. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We having just a quick question with the attorney here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Chair, I just have just a couple questions for Mr. Kennard. Mr. Kennard, good evening. My name is Jamie Whitlock. I don't believe we've met before. It's nice to meet you. Good evening. Just have a couple of questions for you. Josh, if I could get my screen projected, please, sir. Okay. Mr. Kennard, I imagine through the course of working on this project that you've discovered that stormwater and controlling stormwater runoff is an important issue in Montreat. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. And what I'm showing up on the screen here is a presentation that was made to, as you can see here, to the Planning and Zoning Commission on May 13th, 2021. And then I'd represent to you, it was also made to the Town Commissioners on June 10th, 21 by both the Land of Sky Regional Council, Mary Roderick, and Blue Earth Planning, Engineering and Design, Tim Ormond, entitled The Montreat Stormwater Inventory and Steep Slope Stormwater Management Concept Plan. Were you familiar with this plan before today?
Do not believe so.
Okay. And this is just an excerpt of it, and I just wanted to show you one
I'm
page.
sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, Mr. Whitlock. Are you going to authenticate this?
I'm actually just going to show him one page.
Okay, I have no issue with him showing the slides, but I'd like to register an objection that we don't know what that is until it's been authenticated.
Sustain.
Thank you. But again, I have no issue with you proceeding, Mr. Whitlock.
And Mr. Kennard, do you have any reason to dispute it is what I said it is?
No.
Okay. And again, this is just one slide of this that was included by Ms. Roderick and Mr. Ormond. And does this appear it's entitled Montreat Lodge. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And does this appear to be one of the renderings of the lodge by Samsel Architects on here?
It does.
And at the bottom here, it just has one bullet point that says optimize stormwater management. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And so I think where I'm going with that is Mr. Knorr just asked you some questions about the September 1st, 2021 letter. And I believe you had said that basically that was showing that your plans that were submitted as part of the SUP application showed that in theory, the MRA could comply with the requirements of the erosion and sedimentation control ordinance, Buncombe County, and the Montreat stormwater ordinance. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. So you also discussed briefly the storm tech detention system that's proposed for the right side of the property here. This is, I've got sheet 5.0 up, and it's over there in front of the proposed hotel, correct?
Correct.
And I believe it proposes 4,285 cubic feet of storage. Is that correct?
I can verify that for you real quick.
It's very hard to read. Took me a while too.
I believe that's accurate.
Okay. And so that's on the eastern side on the property, but on the western side of the property, you're not strike that. That's the storm tech detention system is on the eastern side of the property, but on the western side or the left side of the property, you are not proposing to do any detention of stormwater, correct?
There will be some detention. It's more in the middle of the site, I guess, but there's some pervious paving in the proposed roundabout area. And there would be some detention in that as well.
Is that shown on this sheet C50?
I believe it is. Again, it's hard to read at this scale.
I can blow this up for you if you would like me to.
Yeah, I see two arrows pointing to it. Perhaps if you go down and to the left a bit, there's an arrow. Yes, there you go. The proposed 4,595 square feet of permeable paver parking area.
And so how would those permeable pavers work to detain or treat stormwater?
Okay, so those permeable pavers are designed for stormwater to infiltrate into the pavement system, and underneath that is a bed of stone. The depth of that can vary as much as we need to, and there are outlets that collect the stormwater that infiltrates into that permeable paver and lets it out slowly. So it acts as almost another pond, if you will, another detention pond.
Okay. You'd agree with me, that is not the type of detention that you're doing over on the east side of the property, correct?
Correct.
And is it your testimony that when designing the storm tech system, you followed all NCDEQ guidelines, any design guidelines by the ADS storm tech folks, and any other applicable guidelines that pertain to that system?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe the 4285 cubic feet will be sufficient to detain the increased amount of stormwater runoff from the site?
I believe it could possibly fluctuate a little bit, but I think it'll be close to that, say within 20-25%.
Okay, but what we've got here in the permit application says 4285, right?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Questions on the board?
Ms. Ayer may have some questions too.
Yes, ma'am.
No questions from the board, gentlemen, are you done?
Okay. Just a few questions. So, Mr. Kennard, opposing counsel has talked to you about plans being conceptual. In your experience doing projects, do you ever have final plans at this stage of a development project?
No.
Why not?
At this stage of the development project, the site could change substantially based on board requirements or recommendations. It could be denied completely. And so it's, yeah, we never ever get past the conceptual stage, kind of like you see in front of you here for this project.
Okay. But the final plan has to comply with all the town's requirements, correct?
Absolutely. If we don't get an approved stormwater plan, we cannot begin construction.
Okay. And I apologize. I think this may have been clear and I may have just missed the point. When Mr. Whitlock was asking you questions, were there questions about stormwater on the west side of the property?
I believe there was.
Okay. Is there new construction it's going to be happening on the west side of the property? And what I mean by that, where I'm going with that is, do you need to manage in this project stormwater for those 3 existing buildings that we're not tearing down?
We do not.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. Oh,
Nothing further from.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. Just yell at me or whatever and I'll be sorry. Okay.
Board wanted to take their last 10-minute, 5-minute, 3-minute break,
Yeah, let's do that.
so we can, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, mine is too, mine's freezing. Mine is glass house. Yes, yes. Yes. I've got windows all the way around, which is lovely in the summer and it's so
Sounds
cold
good.
in the winter.
Dress them up, but you can't dig in.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, this lady. Mr. Slansky, yeah. No, he can vote.
I would rather that be asked by an attorney and one of the parties. We can clarify that through,
I can clarify.
yeah, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
You want me to do it now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, once Mr. Salusky comes back, if he wants to rejoin, he's going to have to take efforts to review the transcript and/or the live recorded testimony, familiarize himself with the exhibits that were introduced, and of course, understand what has happened up here. Then he can come back as a voting member.
Yes. What I've read in some of the state documents is that we need to show that we did give this person enough catch-up evidence to bring them to where they can feel they can make a decision.
Good question.
My only technical point was that it has to be right. I believe you've been on the board before, so it's a good question for a previous board member to ask.
And he gets to watch 5 hours of this.
Right.
Because we did too.
Well, they always say it's better live.
Although Madam Court Reporter is taking down a verbatim transcript, so we do need to thank her. Thank you, Mary Ann.
You can not include that in the record. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, we are going to go just a little out of order. We're intending to present Mr. Scott Shuford, but he could not be available this evening. So he'll be presenting, and we've discussed with opposing counsel at the next hearing date. We're instead going to have Mr. Jeff Moore as our next witness.
Okay. Raise your right hand, repeat after me. Not to remind again. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, if you could, please give us your name, where you currently work, and how long you've been there.
Yes, sir. I'm Jeffrey H. Moore. I work for Gannett Fleming. I've been there since February of 2020. I've been the traffic engineering manager for the North Carolina practice. And I've been in traffic engineering and highway maintenance engineering for a little over 21 years now.
Okay, and could you give us some information about your training, your education, and previous positions you've held?
Yes, sir. I graduated from Clemson University with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. I also have Air Force Combat Engineering, but I hope I don't need that tonight. And every year I'm trained, I go through training with the NCDOT Congestion Management, Site Development, Highway Access Training. It's basically traffic impact analysis refresher training. I do that every year. And I'm licensed in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida.
And you may have already explained this, but do you have any certifications or special recognitions within your profession?
Just my professional engineering license, in North Carolina, and training with NCDOT to make sure I follow their policies and procedures.
Okay. Have you ever been recognized as an expert by any court in North Carolina or a local board such as this Board of Adjustment?
Yes, sir. In public boards like this, Asheville, Planning and Zoning, and Buncombe County, Madison County, Town of Mint Hill, several boards like this. I currently serve on my town's planning board.
Okay, thank you. And included in Exhibit L, we have a copy of your CV. Have you seen that document?
Yes, sir. I submitted that.
Okay, so that is accurate?
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge.
Okay, we'd ask that Mr. Moore be admitted as an expert in traffic engineering and traffic management.
Any questions? So moved.
And we'd also ask that his CV be admitted into the record. Mr. Moore, are you familiar with the plan that MRA has proposed for the expansion of its conference center as shown in the application?
Yes, sir, I am.
And are you familiar with the street system in the town of Montreat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the basis for your familiarity?
It's from site visits. It's also from a couple of traffic counts that we performed, my company performed, and from the reviewing it through aerial imagery that's available, Google Maps, to make sure I knew the lay of the land and what the main routes were.
Okay. Excuse me. And based on the Mountain Retreat Association's plan, did you perform an analysis of the impact that the expansion would have on traffic in the immediate area if this project is built?
Yes, sir, I did a technical memorandum.
Okay, and did your analysis also look at the impact on the town as a whole?
It looked on, I looked at the impact of the additional trips. It wasn't a formal traffic impact analysis.
Okay.
Because that is not required by either the town statute or the NCDOT. It doesn't meet any trigger thresholds of NCDOT. So a full-blown traffic impact analysis was not warranted, not indicated in this situation. So I did a trip generation exercise to determine the difference in traffic from the existing use to the new use or the expanded use, and looked at just those different numbers to see if there would be a big enough impact to move forward with additional studies.
And I think you already said this, but you did prepare a technical memorandum, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and is that our Exhibit J?
I'm not familiar with the numbering of that exhibit.
Okay, well, if I could, I'm just, may I approach the witness?
Please.
I'm going to show you our Exhibit J.
Yes, sir.
You just take a look at it and confirm.
Yes, sir, that's correct. This is my memo.
We ask that J be admitted into the record.
Okay.
Okay, no good.
Okay.
Yep, go for it.
All right. Let's see. Have you also looked at the MRA's proposed plan for ingress and egress from the site?
I have. I've looked at the where the main driveway's at.
Okay. And how does their proposal compare with the current ingress and egress on the site?
From my opinion, it centralizes where most of the traffic is going to be entering and exiting. It's directly off of Assembly Drive. So I did not look at it from a site distance perspective. That is generally performed by the civil engineer, site civil engineer. I didn't see any indications of any issues there, but that's the extent of what I looked at within the scope of my memorandum.
Okay. Do you believe the proposed ingress and egress is designed so as to minimize congestion in the public streets?
Yes, sir. Based on the traffic, the additional traffic, the difference in traffic now versus what it was, I see no indication that would be detrimental to that it would be other than that.
Okay, and just so that we're clear on the record, I'm going to read to you one of the standards from the special use permit requirements. One of the requirements to be approved for a special use permit is that adequate measures have been taken or will be taken to provide ingress and egress so designed as to minimize congestion in the public streets. Do you believe that the proposed design meets this standard?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm also going to ask, okay. Now, I'm also going to ask for your opinion on another standard, and I'd like it to be clear that this is limited to traffic safety, traffic management. It's not to other general matters that may be applicable. Another standard is that the use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted and approved. So, oh, yes, ma'am.
Could he read that?
The old poltergeist, I see.
Arlie, come back. Is that-
Okay, sorry about that, Madam Court Reporter. I'll just repeat the question.
Please.
Can you
Okay.
read that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Sorry about that. And I'll pull the mic a little closer there. So I'd like you to also provide an opinion about another standard. And this is limited to your expertise with traffic congestion and management, and not to possible other sources of an opinion. The standard is that the use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted and approved. So the question is, from your expertise regarding traffic management and engineering, does it meet that standard?
Yes, sir. In my opinion, it does.
And just more generally speaking, what effect, if any, will this project have on the streets in the immediate vicinity to the lodge?
The effect is based on the numbers that I looked at, the numbers that I generated using nationally accepted standards. The effect is actually fairly small. I don't expect to see a very large impact on those streets based on this expansion. That's based on what's existing versus what will be generated by the expanded use. So it should have very little impact. In fact, it's my opinion that it may actually benefit, because some of the trips that are currently having to leave the campus to go to an off-site lodging facility now have a place to stay and not have to travel. So there's a possibility it would be a net decrease.
And just put in layman's terms, that means when a conference is happening, this might decrease traffic.
Yes, sir, because people are already coming here. Based on my conversations with MRA, Mr. DeBose, the expansion is for the lodging of people that are already attending events here. It's not for, and I do have a list of assumptions here that I made as part of the memorandum. It's not for necessarily new people coming to town. It's just giving them a place to stay versus commuting. That's hard to quantify. That's hard to back that up in calculations. So that's merely an opinion it may.
Okay, do you have your memorandum available in front of you,
Yes,
sir? Okay, could you flip to page 7, please? It's, and I'm looking at your conclusions paragraph. And if you could, I'd like you to start with the second sentence and then and read the rest of that paragraph.
I'm going to try. Someone left my glasses in the car. Based on the information available and the results of trip generation exercises, it is the opinion of Gannett Fleming that there is no indication that the expansion of the lodge will have an adverse impact on the surrounding roadways. Thank you, you are awesome. If the accesses are constructed as indicated in the site plan. Okay, I'll keep reading. The impact will likely result in a net overall reduction of trips to and from the proposed lodge. Further, it is the opinion of Gannett Fleming that there is no evidence that the additional traffic or additional vehicular traffic that will be generated by the use will be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. If located, sorry, I'm having trouble reading this. If located, there, next page, please. There we go. If located where proposed and developed according to the plan as approved and submitted, it is the opinion that the plan for the proposed expansion of the lodge has taken adequate measures to provide ingress and egress so designed as to minimize congestion on the public streets.
Okay, and do you believe that opinion is still accurate?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, I think I'm nearly done. I just want to look at one thing. Okay. I think this is my last question. Have you reviewed the comprehensive plan as relates to traffic circulation?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, and does the proposed expansion cause you concern with regard to the plan?
No, sir, it does not.
Okay, no further questions.
Josh, if I could get my screen projected, please, sir. Good evening, Mr. Moore.
Good evening, sir.
We met briefly earlier. My
Yes, we
name is
have.
Jamie Whitlock. I represent Mrs. Kate Hayner,
Yes, sir.
who and I wanted to start where you had kind of just ended there with the conclusions portion of your paragraph or of your technical memorandum. Josh, is that on my end? There we go. And in particular, you had a sentence there. Let's see here if I can blow it up a little bit. Can you see that highlighting, Mr. Moore?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, I'll try to blow it up a little bit more again. And you said the impact will likely result in a net overall reduction of trips to and from the proposed lodge, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but as I heard your testimony before Mr. Morphus asked you to read that sentence from your report into the record, I heard you say possibility of a net decrease. It's hard to quantify. It may be a net decrease. So I guess my question is, which one is it? Is it going to likely result in a net overall reduction of trips, or is it possible?
In my opinion, I think it's likely because, and by overall reduction in trips, if you go to Assembly Drive south, well, pardon me for not having my compass directions correct, closer to Asheville than we are here. So on that end of Assembly Drive, the number of vehicles that pass by you as a result of the lodge will likely decrease because the programming of the MRA, under my understanding, is not changing. It's not expanding by 20 more rooms or however many people are staying in those rooms. But the ability for those people to not have to leave the campus is there now. They don't have to leave. It's a part of the business model. And that's part of how I derive my numbers, is by taking the local data or the data provided to me based on the business model of this use and determining what's really going to happen. So instead of people staying downtown, whichever downtown we talk about, Rocky Mountain, Asheville, et cetera, now they're able to stay here. If they have a kitchen facility, they bring a group that can do their own cooking here, they have no reason to leave. Still, in my assumptions, I assumed each room will generate at least one trip out and one trip in per day. But Even that is probably very conservative. If they don't have to leave, then why should they? It's also my understanding, based on the business model, that groups arrive in vans or buses, or they ride together because they're coming to the same event. The use of the lodge expanding more rooms facilitates that versus having to stay somewhere off campus. In my opinion, they would be more likely to drive themselves. And so that's why I think that it would be likely there would be a net result. Now, is it going to be a huge decrease? Probably not, but we will see, in my opinion, that it facilitates people not leaving the campus by having extra places to stay on campus.
Okay, and we'll explore this further, and I believe you said that was based on things that Mr. DeBose had told you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's go back up at the beginning of your report, which I've got up there. This is on the first page. I think it's in the executive, or it's in your technical memorandum. In the second sentence, you say the proposed lodge will consist of combining the guest capacity of 3 existing buildings into one proposed building. Is that your understanding of the MRA proposal that's currently before this board, combining the guest capacity of 3 existing buildings into one building?
And there is, as I said in the next, that there will be a net gain. Yes.
Okay, but you understand the MRA proposal and request for a special use permit that's before the board proposes to demolish 3 existing structures and construct a new hotel.
That is correct.
Correct? Okay. So where you talk about combining guest capacity and other places, you talk about lodge expansion, it's really not accurate, is it?
Well, it's accurate from the standpoint that the people that would be staying in those 3 buildings are now going to be staying in the one building. So it's combining those guests into the one building, and there is a net gain. I realize, and I'm clearly stating that there will be a net gain of 20 additional guest rooms. So that's, I'm not trying to say that there's anything other than a gain of 20, net gain of 20 rooms.
Understood.
And I apologize if the wording isn't perfect, but that was my intent, was to get across that there are 3 existing buildings out there. Those are going to be combined into one, which will be bigger. So it will be bigger by 20 net.
Okay, fair enough. And so going on over to page, let's see here, I believe this is page 4 of your report. And you've got, this is the section titled Background and Methodology. And you talk about some traffic volume counts that you conducted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it says these were done on a typical Saturday and weekday. Can you tell me what the precise dates of these were?
It'll take me a second to find my notes here.
Okay.
Let's see. Apologize, I don't have in front of me the dates. I don't have I did not print out the.
Okay. Well, what made these dates typical?
There was, as far as I knew, I spoke with Mr. DeBose to choose, especially Saturday. There were no special events occurring. It's just a Saturday afternoon and typical weekday. I chose a Wednesday. Pick the cameras up that night.
So it was a Wednesday.
No, it was a Thursday, my bad. I picked it up after class on Thursday night.
So it was a Thursday. A Thursday and a Saturday, but you don't know the exact dates.
Not right in front of me, no, sir.
Okay. Was it in 2020?
It was in 2021. It was when the Thursday was last month in October.
Okay. And your report's dated October 8th, so just right in advance of that date?
Yes, sir. It's just in advance of it.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on and talk about your trip generation and the methodology on that here. So here in your report, and I'm not sure about this highlighting on here. That is not my highlighting, so I apologize to you and the board for that. I don't know if that was in somehow carried over from another version or what, but you referenced the Institute for Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, or the ITE Trip Generation Manual,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's a manual of guidelines used by traffic engineers across the country when conducting site trip generation analyses for various land uses,
Yes, sir.
correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
And I have with me the trip generation handbook, but the manuals themselves are pretty big, so.
and fair to say you often use and rely on the manual when conducting trip generation analyses?
Yes, sir. I do.
Okay, more often than not, I would imagine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as you noted, I believe in your report, there is an ITE land use code for hotels, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the MRA's special use application before the board is for a hotel?
Yes, sir, because a lodge is classified as a hotel.
Okay. But so despite the fact that there is an ITE land use code for hotel, you decided against using that code, correct?
That is correct. And I believe I have some of the reasoning as to why.
And is that in the first paragraph on page 5?
Yes,
Okay. And so essentially, is it fair to say, just trying to move this along, you found what you understood the proposed hotel in this case to be was incompatible with the ITE land use for a hotel?
the use and the size of the hotel, yes, they were incompatible.
Okay. Let me show you, if I can find it here. I'm going to ask our court reporter, there's 3, to mark is Exhibit H7. Yeah, witness TC. I'll ask you, Mr. Moore, if you can identify what I've marked for purposes of identification as Exhibit H7.
Yes, sir, that appears to be a figure out of the trip generation handbook.
Okay, and more specifically, it's figure 4.2, the process for selecting average rate or equation in the trip manual and trip generation manual data, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, and this is kind of one of those flow charts where, you know, it gives you a box and asks you a question and then gives you a yes or a no. And if it's a yes, you keep going. And if it's a no, you kind of default over to something, correct?
Yes, sir. That appears to
Okay.
be.
And so here in box number 1, it says compatible with ITE land use code. Did I read that correctly?
I believe so.
Okay. And then it's got yes, you would go down. And then if it has no, which is what you found here, correct?
Correct.
It says collect local data. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't collect local data here, did you?
What I used was information data from the Mountain Retreat Association based on what the use is going to be. And so I used that. I did a comparison. I did do trip generation as a hotel. I did trip generation as a motel. I compared the difference. What if it were an additional 20 hotel rooms? What if there were an additional 20 motel rooms? So I had that as my background. Then using my judgment based on my understanding of the operation and the assumptions listed in my technical memorandum, I did my assumed number of trips. So the three separate exercises, they all show a very small increase in trips based on the 20 additional rooms. So
Okay.
that was the methodology I used for this.
Okay, and we'll talk more about your methodology, but I want to go back to my last question. So you testified earlier, I believe, that in response to a question I asked you and in response to a question from Mr. Morphus, the ITE trip generation manual is a nationally accepted standard, correct?
Correct. And I also use North Carolina DOT congestion management guidelines.
Okay, and we just looked at figure 4.2 from the trip generation handbook, correct? That's exhibit H7 that I showed you.
Yes.
Okay, and upon finding that this land use was incompatible with a land use code, instead of going and collecting local data, you instead made up your own methodology, correct?
I generated the data based on the local information I got, based on the business model, the use of the facility.
Okay, let's talk about this business model. Tell me what information, or tell me where you received information about, is it the MRA business model you're referencing?
Yes, how the lodge is intended to operate.
Okay, and tell me where did you receive information from about the MRA business model?
By speaking with Mr. DuBose.
Is that the only place you received information about the MRA business model?
Yes, sir. It's my opinion that he knows how it's going to operate better than anyone else, since he's going to operate it.
Any other facts and data about the MRA business model that you relied on?
No, that's based on my assumptions after speaking with him. That's the information I used.
Okay, well, let's move ahead a little bit. On page, going back to your report, on page 5, I believe this is.
Okay.
So you say there in the second paragraph, based on information from the Mountain Retreat Association. And so let's stop right there for a second. Would that be information that Mr. DuBose provided to you verbally?
That's correct.
Okay, and that information alone?
That's correct.
Okay. Gannett Fleming conducted a trip estimation based on the number of rooms for the existing and future build conditions with the following assumptions. And then, I don't know. Josh, did the battery die? So your methodology consisted of really two things, right? The number of rooms existing and future, and then 8 assumptions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and all of those assumptions are based on nothing more than what Mr. DuBose verbally told you, correct?
That's correct. That's the information of how the lodges operate now and how they will operate.
Right. No independent investigation by you to verify the information Mr. DuBose gave you.
I saw no need to, since this is how it will operate.
Okay, based on what he told you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other facts and data to support these 8 assumptions that are foundational? Let me strike that. You would agree these 8 assumptions are foundational to your opinion, correct?
Based on my trip estimation, yes.
And if any of these 8 assumptions are wrong, it could change your opinion, your ultimate opinion of the possibility or likelihood of a net decrease, correct?
If they are shown to be incorrect, then yes, I would have to look and see if it would change or the magnitude of the change.
And you'd agree assumptions have to have some basis in fact, correct?
That would be correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So going back to your methodology, the 2 parts, the number of rooms existing and future and your 8 assumptions, that methodology has not been subjected to peer review or publication, has it?
No, it hasn't. That's not for, it has been reviewed internally.
Who reviewed it?
In my company, we do a QA review.
So who reviewed that?
believe it was my assistant, Lance Hartland.
Could you say that last name again, please?
Hartland,
Heartland.
I'm sorry, yes,
Is Mr. Heartland a traffic engineer as well?
yes, he is.
Okay.
But I did also do trip generation using the conventional methods for hotels and motels as a comparison.
Right, right. And we'll discuss that. Has your methodology been tested?
In the past, it has.
And where was that?
I routinely submit traffic impact analyses to NCDOT congestion management.
Using this methodology
Not
that you
this
used?
particular methodology.
Okay, I'm talking about this methodology, okay?
And this, to be clear, is an estimation. This is based on these assumptions.
And just to be clear, you said just an estimation
Right, this is an estimation
based on these assumptions, right?
based on these 8 assumptions.
Okay. Do you know what the potential or known error rate of this methodology is?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And do you know if this methodology doesn't have widespread acceptance amongst traffic engineers, does it?
No, it's not meant to. This is an estimation.
Right. And it was an estimation that you crafted just for the purposes of this case, correct?
Based on the information I have, based on the operation of the lodge. How's it
Based
gonna
on the
operate?
information
What's it
provided,
gonna operate like? Yes, sir.
based on the information provided to you by Mr. DeBose.
I'm going to object. This is the third time this question's been asked.
If we can just be a little less redundant, that would be helpful.
Apologize, Mr. Chair. So the first part of your methodology, Mr. Moore, the number of rooms, you used a 50 number for the existing and a 70 for the future build, correct?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
capacity on the property now versus the capacity once this is expanded.
Okay. And so as you said earlier, I believe it was somewhere you referenced it in your point, it's a net gain of 20 additional rooms, or that's the increase in density, correct?
That's correct, 20 additional rooms.
Okay. And so when you were formulating your opinions, did you consider the occupancy rates or actual uses or actual use as lodges of these existing rooms on the property?
No, I did a comparison of since I didn't take the existing occupancy, which I normally do not do when looking at a hotel or a motel, I look at the potential. So that way I'm comparing apples to apples. I assume so if this were a hotel, I would assume all 50 rooms are occupied today versus future, all 70 rooms are occupied. So that way it's rooms to rooms, not potential occupancy rates. So that's not part of what I routinely do.
Fair enough. And along those lines, did you look at the number of people that the existing and or the future rooms could accommodate?
I looked at the number of rooms based on rooms to rooms,
But
not necessarily the number of people. One of my assumptions is that a room may have 2 beds. Also, I assume that in today's COVID world, they're not likely to be shared by strangers. You're not going to have 2 people that don't know each other or didn't ride together or somehow interact in the same room.
Okay.
So having 2 beds, I stay in hotels all the time, a lot more in my reserve days when I was gone 1 week in a month. Often I get a room with 2 beds and it's just me. So just the fact of having 2 beds does not, in my mind, double the capacity of the room.
So you didn't look at the number of people. Do you know the number of people that the existing rooms versus the future rooms can accommodate?
I didn't look at that. That was not necessary for me to generate the numbers for the hotels, the motels, and based on my assumption, my estimation, I still assumed each room would generate 1 trip off and one trip back on per day, which may be very conservative.
Well, if the hotel could accommodate, and I'm speaking hypothetically, would say 4 times the number of people,
I'm going to object. I don't think he's required to provide a trip generation estimation on a hypothetical 4 times the number of people.
Mr. Chairman, it's absolutely appropriate to ask
Yeah, I'm
experts
gonna-
hypotheticals. I mean,
I'm gonna let that come in, and then I'll have some questions as well.
thank you. So if the new hotel could accommodate 4 times the number of people, you'd agree that would impact your opinions on potential traffic impacts, wouldn't it?
I don't think the hotel necessarily would have to accommodate 4 times the number of people, or if the people would be directly related to the number of trips. Because what I'm trying to determine is how many trips is it gonna generate?
And people generate trips, right?
It depends. If they ride in a church van or a church bus, then there's a lot fewer trips than if they stay in a hotel as a convenient place to see the surrounding sites. If they want to go to the Biltmore Estate or et cetera, and they choose a hotel to stay in my opinion, that is a different clientele or a different trip generation than if they stay in a lodge as part of a retreat event. If they book this lodge to stay there, then in my opinion, that makes them less likely to make 4 to 5 trips per day to the surrounding area to see sights, to go eat in a different restaurant, come back, change clothes, go out for dinner. That is unlikely based on the way the lodge would operate as part of events that are occurring here on the campus.
Okay, and tell me all the facts and data that you have that support that opinion that you just offered.
The facts I have for a hotel are based on the trip generation manual.
That's not what I'm asking.
Is
You
based
just,
on my judgment, looking at how this is going to operate. So the business model is they come here as part of a group. They're not coming here to rent a hotel room. These rooms do not turn over daily like motel or hotel rooms do. So they don't have the people checking in, people checking out. That number figures into hotel or motel trip generation. A room, if it has 2 beds, does not mean, and it is my opinion, that in today's COVID world, strangers don't share rooms. That goes into what I use to make my assumptions. That's my opinions in this case.
so let's look at your assumptions. Number 1, it's common for groups to arrive in vans or buses rather than in personal vehicles. Tell the board all the facts and data you had that you based that assumption on.
That is based on my conversation and based on the type of use it is it's a mountain retreat use. It's part of this facility, which is to host events. So people that are coming here, renting this as part of an event, it is common. They could arrive in a van or a bus or a personal vehicle. And I did my numbers based on if each room had 1 personal vehicle, and that 1 personal vehicle made 1 trip per day out, 1 trip in.
Did you survey conference center attendees to see how they travel to and from lodges in Montreat?
No, I didn't.
How about number 5? Food is available at the Assembly Inn, which is in walking distance. Is that assumption to mean, or let's take 5 and 6 together. So 5 and then 6, the lodge will provide kitchens for groups to make their own meals. Are those assumptions, did you take those assumptions to mean that people are not going to travel, for example, to Black Mountain for a meal out?
I assumed that they would at least once per day. They would travel off campus 1 time per day, but they're not required to because food is available at the Assembly Inn.
Okay.
So they could walk to that. Also, the lodge is designed to provide kitchens for groups that rent, say, a block of rooms in the lodge. They can cook their own meals if they choose to.
Right.
And I've
And
been
the-
part of groups that did.
Right. And again, did you survey any conference center attendees to ask them, you know, if they did use the kitchens to make their own meals, or if they ate meals at Assembly Inn?
They're not, well, I didn't interview any current attendees here. That was outside of the scope of what I did. And
Past attendees?
past attendees, no, I didn't. And there's currently no kitchens now. So.
And number 8 is assumed each room will generate 1 trip off campus per day. You can't have 1 trip. You got to have 2, right?
That's correct. So it would be 2 trips. So in my methodology down here, I doubled the number of rooms and had that as trips. I also I assumed that there would be 10 staff members, which is probably pretty high, but to give not worst case, but very conservative numbers, I did say that each 10 staff members will arrive in the morning and leave in the afternoon during the peak hours. So that's how I came up with those numbers.
Okay. And we'll come back to your numbers. If we could move ahead, Mr. Noor, to the site and traffic considerations on page 7, right before the conclusions. Mr. Moore, I just want to make sure I understand here what your report says, or your technical memorandum, is that the following considerations were considered by Gannett Flaming when determining the conclusions contained in this memorandum. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then you list 7 considerations there, right?
That's correct.
Okay, are those really just 7 additional assumptions?
They are items that were considered. They are assumptions versus considerations. They're assumptions based on how it's going to operate, and some of them are likely redundant from the assumptions. So the minimum threshold for triggering a traffic impact analysis is not an assumption. That is NCDOT policy. That's the requirement, 3,000 trips per day. As you can see, this is nowhere near that.
So back to my question that I asked you, fair to say these are just additional assumptions along with the 8 on page 5 of your report? Outside of number 7?
Outside of number 7.
Okay, so an additional 6 assumptions. So in fact, your methodology is just based on a net gain of 20 rooms and 14 assumptions, correct?
That's correct.
And same question I asked you about the other assumptions for these considerations or additional assumptions. What facts and data did you have to support these considerations?
The data, the facts I have is how the lodge is going to operate. And the number of rooms, that is a fact, proposed and existing. And so based on that and these assumptions is how I estimated the trips. The trips generated for the motel and hotel uses are based on the trip generation manual and NCDOT congestion management guidelines.
Mr. Moore, if you just answer my questions and we'd get out of here a lot.
I like to give you a good answer, not just a
No,
bad answer.
I'd appreciate it if you just answer the question on the table. I'm sure you'll get a chance to talk about the other things that you did or didn't do.
Move on, sir. Move on, sir. We don't need a lot of debate here.
So if we can go back over to page 6. Yeah.
We're in a 2-minute warning, by the way.
I promise I have very small number of questions, and I'm sure Mr. Moore would appreciate not having to come back next time.
This
Oh,
is
he
a
will.
beautiful location. I don't mind being here. I hate to use your time as well, though, so.
We're a captive audience, you don't.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I have another 10 or 15 minutes with Mr. Moore, but frankly, I think I believe I made my point with this witness, and I'll defer to my co-counsel. Thank you.
Mr. Moore. I have just a few questions. And really, it's just to make a point, hopefully, and clarify something in my mind, and sure I understand it. I just want to be very clear. The data you used is from the MRA, correct?
That is correct. That is for the assumption or the assumptions and the estimated trips. The data from the hotel and motel.
That's from the trip
IT.
generation, but
Yes,
the
sir.
assumptions, that's from the MRA.
Yes, sir.
And that's the core of your methodology, correct?
That is to determine the use based on my assumptions.
Okay. And MRA is the applicant in this case,
They are,
correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. And do you generally find data from an applicant that has a financial interest in the outcome of an application to provide unbiased data?
Well, if the data is based on how the facility will operate, then that's how it's going to operate.
But you acknowledge they have a financial interest in the outcome of this application, correct?
That's, yes, sir. I have no
Okay.
argument with that.
So they're not a source of independent, unbiased data, are they?
No, but they would be able to tell me how the facility operates now and how it will operate in the future.
And you could have taken that data and then independently verified, couldn't you?
If that were, if there were any question, yes, I could.
But you didn't independently verify, did you?
No, I did not for the estimation.
So you took the biased information that came from the MRA. and just-
Objection. There's been no
Sustained.
foundation that it's biased.
Sustained.
You took the MRA's information.
Yes, sir, on the additional 20 rooms, where the facility is located and how it is proposed to be operated.
And you accepted it as true
I did.
without independently verifying.
I had no reason to believe it would be incorrect.
Okay. Is this business model in writing?
I haven't seen it in writing, no.
Okay, so this was all verbal.
Yes, sir.
The methodology used, you said you hadn't had it reviewed by peers, correct?
Not by other traffic engineers outside my firm. No, that's not routine.
Have you ever seen this methodology used in another traffic impact study?
To estimate trips, and that's why it's clear that it's estimated trips, and I did not list a land use code with it. This was a site specific, a specific instance where I made an estimate based on the number of rooms. No, I have not seen this type of estimation. If this were to be ignored, I would still stand on the hotel and motel uses as worst cases, not worst cases, but alternate cases. And their numbers are very close to the numbers I arrived. If I were off by a factor of 50%, my numbers would not be that large of a traffic impact. If I were off by a factor of 100%, my numbers would still not show a very large increase in the amount of trips.
I think your answer was no, you've never seen this methodology used in another traffic impact study, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
This specific that I can recall.
This is a one-of-a-kind methodology for this project.
This is a very unique project. Yes, sir.
Those are my questions.
I know the hour is late. I'm happy to either continue my redirect next time, or we can do it this evening. I'll promise to do it quickly.
Or if Ms. Hayner has any questions to the board.
Oh, my apologies, Ms. Hayner.
I do have a quick question, but one of the challenges, I'm not sure if I can display the page that I want to reference. So it's,
Josh, is my screen still?
We're thinking maybe the battery is not working. It's, yeah, just monitor that working. It's Montrose New Lodge. And on the right is, I think you. First one at the top, yep. Hello,
Hello,
Mr.
ma'am.
Moore. Ann Hayner.
Nice to meet you.
So I just wanted to follow up one question. You stated that you were operating under the assumption that this hotel would be for people already attending events in Montreat, not new people coming into town.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that if your assumptions were wrong, and that would have a big impact on the reliability of your conclusions.
Just
correct?
the estimation. The hotel and motel uses are not going to change.
But the estimation of the numbers. of
The
people.
estimation number might change, yes, ma'am.
If the MRA were to state that the intention of this hotel is to enable them to bring more people to Montreat, that would contradict your assumption.
It would take the words likely to result in a decrease, net decrease, and say just the numbers that I gave instead of the net decrease. So if there are more people coming to town, I would stick with the estimation numbers
So
for the hotel.
with more people coming to town, it would increase the amount of traffic.
Yes, ma'am. I believe I had 11 trips in a peak hour.
Okay.
11 more vehicles. in
So
a peak hour.
I'm sharing with you on the screen, if you can see it. This is a page from the MRA website, the conference center website. And if you scroll, can you scroll down to the bottom? You can see the name and signature of Richard DuBose. As you stated that Richard would be the one that would be the most knowledgeable about the operation of the
Yes, ma'am.
conference center. That's what you were relying on. I'd like to direct your attention to a sentence up higher in, I believe it's the second paragraph. At the end of the second paragraph, it starts with the new conceptual design. Please read along silently as I read this aloud. The new conceptual design proposes replacing those 3 lodges with a new larger lodge that would expand the number of conference and retreat guests we can host and enable the conference center to bring more people to Montreat. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No more questions?
Would you like me to proceed or do you want to save it for D17?
Let me poll. Are we good for another 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Okay. Okay with councils?
Okay. So I will do my best to keep this short. I want to start with one question that is just burning for me. When Mr. DuBose gave you this information, did you have any reason to believe that Richard DuBose, the president of the Mountain Retreat Association, an organization given to the greater glory of God, would lie to you about the estimates, the model of their business so that they could get more generous trip generation numbers?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to that question.
Sustained.
I withdraw the question.
That's right.
Let's talk about the 3 methodologies that are possible that have been presented in the trip study. One was using local conditions. Is that correct,
That's
Mr. Moore?
correct, yes.
One is to use the term hotel, correct?
That's correct.
And one is to use motel, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so one thing that I think is missing, let's talk about the actual numbers. And these numbers you have are the additional trips generated per day beyond current conditions. Is that how your calculations work, sir?
Yes, sir. That was my goal with these trip generation exercises, is to show the net difference.
Okay.
The net difference from today versus the future.
Right. So do you have your report in front of you?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, could you flip to page 5? And what I would like you to do is I would like you to scroll down past your 8 assumptions and read that paragraph that lists the trips that are anticipated to be generated using your local, your local information approach.
Okay. The expected volume, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I
If
should have been
you'll-
clear.
if y'all will indulge me for a second, I'm going to turn my flashlight on so I can see a little better. Unfortunately, once I hit half 100, my eyes started. The expected volume of AM trips, AM peak hour trips generated by this project are 13 entering and 8 exiting for a total of 21. The predicted volume of PM peak hour trips generated by this facility are 8 entering and 13 exiting for a total of 21. The average number of trips generated by the development will be 165 on a typical weekday. The results of the trip generation exercise are shown in tables 1A and 1B.
Now, is this methodology to use local assumptions generally accepted practice in your profession?
It is if there's a reason to use local, and there are some particular land uses I don't have in front of me that say use local data, and based on the trip generation manual, based on NCDOT congestion management guidelines.
So even though the factors are unique, the method is something that other traffic engineers do.
It is something that traffic engineers do.
Okay, if you could flip to page 6, please. Now, there was some distinction made about the fact that the lodge use we're proposing is listed as a hotel in the zoning ordinance. Do you use the zoning ordinance definitions and sort of nomenclature when you're deciding whether the proposed use matches uses in the trip gen manual?
No, I use the use that makes the most, that fits it the best.
Okay, so that the definition is, it may be a factor, but it's not a determinant.
Zoning, right, yes, sir. This is my understanding. This is never intended to operate as a hotel or motel, which in my opinion is characterized by daily or very frequent turnover of rooms.
Okay, well, let's go, because I appreciate you did the analysis using existing categories in the trip gen manual. And the first one was a hotel. On page 6, could you read that paragraph for your hotel analysis?
Yes, sir. If the lodge were to operate as a hotel, ITE code, actually the codes, that's 310. The additional 20 rooms would generate 10 more AM peak hour trips and 15 more PM peak hour trips on a typical weekday. The additional 225 daily trips generated by the ITE equation, which I'm directed to use by NCDOT congestion management, is based on the subtraction of a rather large constant used in the fitted curve equation. I'm directed to use the fitted curve equation, which is T equals 11.29x, where X is the number of rooms minus 426.97. So as the size of the hotel gets larger, the effect of that constant is smaller. So when you multiply 50 times 11.29, you get a number. When you multiply 70 times 11.29, you get a number. And that 426.97 constant is a smaller percentage of that. So that's why it gives the 225 daily trips increase.
Okay, well, let's go to the next paragraph. This is the paragraph where you explain the trips generated if it were to operate as a motel. Could you read that, please?
If the lodge were to operate as a motel, ITE code 320, the additional 20 rooms would generate 15 more trips during the AM peak hour and 12 during the PM peak hour during a typical weekday. The predicted daily trip increase would be 174.
Okay, so under any of these 3 methods, the maximum daily trips would be 225. Is that correct?
That's correct for weekdays, yes, sir.
And NCDOT's minimum threshold for triggering a traffic impact analysis is 3,000 trips per day, correct?
That is correct. And that would be based on assuming this were to operate as a motel. The highest number of trips would be 610 per day, which is about a fifth.
Okay, so, and thank you for clarifying. So motel would be the most impactful version.
That would be the
correct?
most impactful, yes, sir.
Okay, so using the motel trip generation analysis, do you stand by your conclusion that adequate measures have been taken, or will be taken to provide ingress and egress so designed as to minimize congestion in the public streets.
Yes, sir. The 6 trips in the AM, additional 6 trips AM, that is about 1 per 10 minutes. If you look at 6 trips in a peak hour, the 9 is about, see what, about every 6 to 7 minutes, 1 trip every 6 to 7 minutes out.
So using the.
Those are very small
Oh,
numbers.
apologies, I'm sure.
Sorry.
No, please go ahead, sir.
Those are very small numbers comparative to what I see routinely in trip generation exercises or developments.
And so using the model that generates the most trips, it add about 1 trip every 10 minutes in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's in, so
Mhm.
total is 15 trips in a peak hour. That's about 1 every 4 minutes versus in or out.
Okay. Last question. So using the motel methodology, would you still conclude that the use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare as it pertains to traffic generation and congestion if the use were located and as proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted and approved?
Yes, sir. I stand behind that.
No further questions.
Can I ask a quick question? Is that all
Yes,
right?
sir.
Coming from the airline business where I came from,
Yes, sir.
it's about occupancy rates and seat miles. Can you tell me, did you assume, and we used risk management, did you in your algorithm use risk management to say potentially your marketing department's wonderful and all of a sudden they filled up all the rooms? Did you use that assumption based on the maximum risk when you assessed safety or congestion? Did you say it's always going to be 100%?
That was the basis of my trip generation. The manual, I use rooms versus occupied rooms. So rooms, I just assumed every room was full.
Okay.
Okay. And then for my assumptions, which may not be as valid as the trip generation numbers. So if we discount those totally, but my assumption was based on 100% occupancy, that each 70 rooms, each one of those rooms was full, and each one generated a trip out and a trip back per day.
And how many cars per unit?
That was assuming one car per unit leaves and returns. So again, I saw no reason to believe that a room would be occupied by strangers that would arrive in different vehicles.
What about families who came from different places to stay at the same time?
If they are part of the Retreat Association's program, which is why they're here in the first place, once they get here, they're likely to stay and not have a reason to leave. And yet I still assumed 1 per day would leave in order to be more conservative, to have higher numbers than I would expect to see. That's for the assumptions. If it were for a hotel, then that methodology, that potentially numerous vehicles is figured into the equations. The equations and the ITE rates figures that in. It also figures in service vehicles, which may not be a factor here since there's no commercial kitchen with kitchen staff and delivery trucks, et cetera. Those would be in a hotel or motel. They're not in this. I didn't assume those.
Thank you, sir.
And I did assume staff of 10. So I'm sure that's a very conservative number of staff. I'm sure the lodge would like to be able to provide 10 staff, but I assume that is a number that could also contribute to those daily and peak hour trips.
Thank you, sir. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any more questions. I can't speak for Mr. Noor or Mrs. Ann Hayner. But on behalf of Mrs. Kate Hayner, we would move to strike Mr. Moore's report under Rule 702 of the North Carolina Rules of Evidence. Expert opinion and expert testimony has to be based on a reliable methodology, or otherwise it is inadmissible. And I think what Mr. Moore's testimony showed was that his methodology met nearly all the indicia of an unreliable testimony as laid out in Rule 702 in the case law interpreting it. It was crafted just for this case for litigation. Hasn't been subjected to peer review or publication. It hasn't been tested. It has no known or potential error rate. It doesn't have widespread acceptance amongst traffic engineers. In fact, I think he testified that he didn't know if it had ever been used before in any case. Again, it is just based on only one objective standard, a net gain in number of rooms, and then 14 assumptions, all of which are based on insufficient facts and data. Simply speaking to your client and then saying, I made this assumption, is not sufficient factual grounds to form an assumption to then base an expert opinion off of. So given that his reliable is just wholly unreliable, his methodology, excuse me, it's getting late, is wholly unreliable, we would move to strike his expert report from the record under Rule 702. Thank you.
And we would disagree. Mr. Noor, go ahead, please, sir.
We also make the same objection under Rule 702, and I would just like to add for the board what Rule 702 says, so you're not wondering what this means. I'm reading from it. It says, if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact, that's you all in this situation, to understand the evidence or to determine a fact and issue. A witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, and experience, training, or education may testify thereto in the form of an opinion, expert opinion, or otherwise, if all of the following apply. 1, the testimony is based on sufficient facts or data. 2, the testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods. 3, the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts of the case. And I would just like to emphasize, I expressly asked Mr. Moore, I'm Mr. Noor, if he had ever seen this methodology used in any traffic impact study, and his answer was no, that this was crafted by him for this case. He also confirmed that the data that he relied on and the assumptions that are the critical part of his methodology came exclusively from the MRA, which is the applicant in this case, and has a financial interest in the outcome of it, and that he did not independently verify any of that information. None of this fits within the standards of reliability that this board needs in order to accept this as expert testimony, and we'd ask that it be stricken along with his testimony.
And we would object. We think it's perfectly competent. First of all, you as a board are free to make a decision about the competence of testimony. And there were in fact 3 approaches used. I believe that the independent method he's provided is sufficient factual basis that it too could be admitted. But remember, that was the lowest number of trips. And opposing counsel has been careful not to go into detail about the use of hotel or motel, which generate more trips. But in all scenarios, they still show a much lower traffic count than they would like for there to be. The motel and the hotel counts are straight from TripGen, are the industry standard. And there has been nothing whatsoever tonight to show that the methodology for those matters has any concern whatsoever. So I'd ask the whole report go in, and then you determine the probative value of its elements. Remember, even the most, the method that generates the most trips has not been deconstructed or torn down in any way. For that reason, the entire report should come in.
Okay, and I know we gotta go, guys. I just want to clarify. If we judge this person to be a subject matter expert, and this subject matter expert then testifies, let's say we did that, then we have a right to accept the testimony, but when in deliberation, we can say how much value that testimony is to the overall. Is that not a valid, I'm asking this of my.
Right, I think you're talking to them, but you're just trying to clarify something in your mind. There's in these quasi judicial proceedings, strict adherence to the rules of evidence is not required. You can accept his testimony, and you can accept his report, and you can give it any weight that you want or no weight that you want. And so during your deliberations, you can talk about whether it's reliable, whether it satisfies the rules of evidence under 702, as Mr. Noor wrote, or strike that, read, or as Mr. Morphus said, it had 2 other hotel motel calculations, and those are the ones you want to use. But so to answer your question, this board can do with that report what it wants and give it any weight or no weight.
If I may respond to your question as well, and I'll just read, this is from 160D-102.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me, 160D-1402, and I'm reading, this is paragraph 3. The term competent evidence, as used in this subsection, does not preclude the reliance by the decision-making board on evidence that would not be admissible under the rules of evidence, what Mr. Goulden, I think, was speaking to, as applied in the trial division of the General Court of Justice, if 1, except for the items noted in subdivisions A, B, and C of this subsection that are conclusively incompetent. Subsection C, and I'm reading, matters about which only expert testimony would generally be admissible under the rules of evidence. And I read to you what Rule 702 requires. To answer your question, I think you can make this how much credibility that you want to add to it, but we are also entitled to object to this as evidence that is not competent under 160D because it doesn't follow any of the standards for expert testimony under the rules of evidence, which is exactly what falls under paragraph C, because what this is trying to protect the board from is, yes, someone's qualified as an expert, but that doesn't mean that their opinion doesn't have to be supported by any of the things that an expert opinion needs in order to be reliable. And that's what our objection is about. And we'd ask that you strike it.
Wouldn't that be the basis why we would reject it if we didn't consider it reliable? At the time that we're doing the deliberation, wouldn't that be our assessment, whether we're, in other words, we spend a lot of time discrediting, and I want to have as much from both sides. I'm cutting both ways here.
My response on behalf of my clients would be, I hear that, I understand how you may want to do that. We're also entitled to ask you as a board to disregard and to strike the evidence because it is by definition, conclusively incompetent. And I would hate for the board to not be clear about that incompetency and then potentially have it inferred that they relied on it, which could be problematic down the line, which is why we're asking you to throw it out now so that there's no doubt about whether you ever relied on what is conclusively incompetent.
Okay, last response back to you.
And don't respond back. Yeah, listen to Mr. Morphus, what he has to say. We've got to move this along. We could stay here all night.
And my point simply is on reliability. There are 3 methods used, and there's been nothing in the cross-examination that affects the reliability or his competence as an expert on at least 2 of those, and I would submit on the 3rd. And I would invite their traffic engineer to produce a rebuttal study if they choose. Nothing further.
I'm going to overrule and allow it to come in, and we'll talk about it during deliberation.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, we would appeal your decision to the full board and ask for a vote.
That's fine.
And so the motion would basically be to allow the evidence to come in or to strike the evidence in the testimony as referred to by Mr. Noor. The chairperson has allowed the evidence in. They've overruled the objection.
Yes.
And so we just need to run down through and see if you overrule the objection, the evidence comes in. If you sustain the objection, the evidence stays out. And so we'll start down at the far end.
Can I say allow, or do I have to say overrule?
Oh, you can say allow or overrule. Madam Court Reporter's taking it down.
I'll allow.
Bill?
No.
Overruled.
All right.
Looks like overruled
Yep, overruled.
wins. Thank you. I appreciate it.
When are we getting the order again?
Do we have any other?
Yes, anything else we're going to get to tonight?
I don't think so, Mr. Chair, and thank you for accommodating us.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have to set a known date?
Dates, do we want to confirm a date, the next date and time? Next date and time?
Yeah.
Are we talking November 17th, 9 a.m. Town Hall? Did I just hear that? I missed that. John?
I didn't say any of those details. But
Okay, I'm sorry.
November 17th, 9 a.m. Town Hall, I think was what had worked for all of the parties and their experts.
Jamie, were you able to? Okay.
Okay, 17th, with everybody.
That's fine.
Yes.
I have a question about whether we can also confirm another date beyond that.
What we're going to do is the same that we did this time during the period of time between now and the 17th. Everyone, including yourself, will be on an email chain to try to get another date. But I think it would be impossible now to try to
I coordinate at least 4 more dates lined up.
Yeah, but we'll do the best we can.
So on the 17th.
17th, so we need to set the
Time-wise?
What's the time? What?
9 a.m. Oh, that's up to you all. We can go 9 to 4, 9 to...
This will be where?
Town Hall.
This will.
We don't have to worry, I mean, you all can set however long you want, but we just need a date and time certain to start. And so we'll recess until, Mr. Chair, you can fill in the blanks.
Okay, so
So this is the 17th?
this is the 17th.
I mean, I can start earlier. I know, I'm not sure that the 12 to 9 was realistic on the first.
Well, let's throw out a time. We're talking about town hall, right?
Yeah.
Any conflicts in the town hall if we choose any time?
Council.
We've cleared the 17th, so we are all good to go. So it's 9 or 10, whenever you want to start, we're happy to.
And everybody else here is clear.
Yes. Mr. Morphus, you were good with all of your folks? I guess James.
Yes,
We're talking 9 a.m. in the morning?
How about 10?
We go 10 to 5.
anytime you want. Mr. Palmer is confirmed. He's our next witness. Oh,
Wednesday, sorry, yes, Wednesday.
And Mr. Schufer has not gone yet either. He's previously confirmed that the 17th is available for him. So I think we're fine to start anytime, sir.
I think the sooner the better. I mean, if we start earlier in the day,
Okay, 9 to 5?
10.
10 to
I
5?
said 10.
10 to 5? Okay, we need to make a motion on that?
No, we just reset till,
Then you can just,
But do we need to make a motion to recess to the known date? Or we just verbally have agreed?
yeah,
Yes.
Okay. Then 10 to 5
November.
on November 17th, Town Hall,
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.